Hey fam, welcome back to my channel. Welcome to the live stream today. How is everybody doing? I'm so excited to be back today for us to have the second part of this stream on the question, what do men of African descent do that women of African descent dislike? Last week, we had a version on what women of African descent do that men of African descent dislike. So today we are taking on the men. So welcome everybody. If you're coming in, just tap on the like button and definitely make sure to share this stream. Let's have more people coming, and the more the merrier. You know that already. So share. You're welcome. Let's have more people come. I'm so excited. I can see comments in the comment section, in the chat room rather. I can see comments already. Doris says, can't miss today. I'm in early. Yes, you are welcome. Welcome. Jamal Curry, you're welcome. Owen King, you're welcome. Wallace Golden, you're welcome. Thank you all so much for coming. I'm super excited to have all of you join. Thank you all. I also want to say thank you to every one of you for the donations you'll be making to my GoFundMe campaign, the campaign to buy equipment. Thank you all so much. We are making progress thanks to your generous donations. If you've not done your donation, just click on the description, in the link in the description box down below, so you can make your own donation. I appreciate every one of you for everything. I have an announcement coming that I want to make on how I'm appreciating all of you, so definitely consider clicking. I also have my PayPal. For those who want to make donations through PayPal, I also have my PayPal, virtuegraceblog@gmail.com. Thank you all, and for all your support on my channel, the views, the comments, everything you do is simply amazing, and I appreciate you. So let's take on this conversation. So last week, the men told us women the things we do that they do not like. It was simply just very insightful and expository conversations that we had. A lot of men said they do not like the fact that we women of African descent put on wigs, and the bleaching and all of those things. They want to be who are ourselves, invest more character than we do invest in artificial beauty and all of that, which was well taken and noted by all of us. So today we are going to tell the men what they do that we do not like. So welcome everybody. I can see 44 persons in the house already. Definitely make sure to click on the like button as you walk in. Click, and definitely share the stream as you come in as well. Give me a second, fam. All right, fam, I'm back. Sorry for that break in transmission. Blessed child, you're welcome. That's Eunice. Eunice says, I've been waiting for for today's topic. I bet I have as well. I've been waiting. Welcome, Gregory Chumbaika. Good evening. Madam Cass's World, good evening. You're welcome. Thank you. Everyone, please hit the like button. Definitely do that. Love to travel with Wave. You're welcome as well. Thank you all so much for coming. So where are the men? Let's get the men in. Get the men in here. Let's talk. Last week, they were so excited, dropping comments for us women, telling us the things we do that they do not like. So today we want to do the same. We want to tell them. So let the men come in. Dwayne Johnson, you're welcome. Yes. Thomas Jones, yes, you're welcome. King Kenyada, you're welcome. Ubuntu, I am because you are. Definitely. Tukopa Moja, yeah, I am here with bells on. That's what we are talking about. Get them in. It's 10:04 p.m. in Michigan. So good afternoon, okay? Good afternoon to you. It's 6:05 p.m. Nigerian time now. Welcome, guys. So, like you already know, I'm a woman today, so we are going to tell the men the things they do that we do not like. And for every lady in the house, you want to come up on the show, let me drop the link so that you can come in. Definitely make your way up on the panel so that we'll tell these men today what we want to tell them. I know it's going to be very exciting and interesting. I know the men are also eager and waiting to hear all that we have to say. So let's have what get honest with each other. Share the stream, definitely. Make sure to share. Let's wait a bit for more people to come in. Meanwhile, I've dropped the link. I'm pinning it there. So for anybody who wants to come up live on the show, definitely do so. Click on the link. You know how we do it already. Click on the link and you'll be up live with me. Click. This man, I know that there are things they do that we do not like, so we're going to tell them today. PG Rated, hello beautiful. Hi PG Rated, you're welcome. How are you doing? Bantu Beauty, I've been on an African dating site for a week now and I need this conversation. You see, I love this. Yes, so let's have it. Bantu Beauty needs this conversation, so definitely come up. I'm sure you've had experiences on this site, so come up, click, let's have conversation. What was your experience like? What did the person or the people, the men on the site do that you do not like? Click and come up, let's discuss. I'm sure they want to learn, and like I said, this definitely is to help us share information with each other so that we can improve, you know. Unisex today, they will hear our mouth. Exactly. So definitely click. I have a lot to say as well. I'm just waiting for the conversation to start and be more heated. Like, that's the men need to, okay, I need to pin this here. The men need to respect women. You have a mother, auntie, sister. Exactly. They need to. So they want you to be more respectful of women. PG, someone found love during COVID-19. Now that's beautiful. Okay. Congratulations to that person. That's good. Love is a beautiful thing, right? What is this? I love your energy. Thank you. Thank you. So one thing that definitely men do that women do not like is being disrespectful. So a lot of men do not like disrespectful men. You know, they in Africa typically they would say respect men. You know, men are the heads of the home. They are the, you know, they are to be respected and all of that. But the truth is, respect is reciprocal. So women want to have that respect reciprocated. So when they find a man who is respectful, they like it, they appreciate it more. Me too, I don't want to come at 100 when everyone is at 0. Okay. Let me read. I love your energy. Okay. Your voice, Eunice. Okay. Um, so let's talk. Someone is talking about respect. For me, there's something that Nigerian men do that I definitely want it to stop. If you're a Nigerian man in this house, listen carefully. Even if you are not a Nigerian man, but you're a man, listen. There's this thing, I don't know if it's prevalent in other parts of the world as well, especially among Have you had your corn and potatoes today yet? No, I have not. I have not. King Kenyatta, I have not had it today. It's been a rainy weekend, so since on Saturday morning, it's been rainy, it's been drizzling, like with just intermittent breaks in between. So I've been staying at home. Yesterday, Saturday, I spent the whole day just sleeping and resting. Like I just needed to rest and regain my energy from all of the hard work during the week. So today has not been different either. It's been drizzling with intermittent break. So I decided not to go out. I've been indoors. I recorded some videos shortly before I came live to do this stream. So yeah, that's it. I didn't go out to buy corn and beer. Someone actually dropped a comment that they love my energy, but they can't do that peer, what I call peer. So I saw some people calling it plum, but we call it peer in Nigeria. So I guess that's the difference. Um, oh yeah, so I was about to tell you what Nigerian men do that Nigerian women do not like. And I'm saying Nigerian because that's my experience so far. It has been with Nigerian men, and I live in Nigeria. The fact that this Nigerian men, you know very well that you are married. You know very well you are married. You will not respect your spouse. You will not respect yourself. You will slide into a lady's DM and start talking. Oh, I like you so much. I wish I met you before I met my wife. I would have married you. If you don't stop that rubbish, if you don't stop that nonsense, if you don't stop it, the thunder that will fire you is still doing press up. Better stop it too. Respect your spouse. Don't come and disrespect your wife in a lady's DM. Respect yourself. Stop it. Some people will even stalk you, get your number, and then they'll start calling you and sending you all these nonsense messages. Some people are in the same group with you, so they'll pick your number and start sending you those messages. Stop it. You are married. Respect your wife. Respect your wife. If not, that thunder, the thunder that will fire you is still doing press up. It has not finished doing press up. By the time it finish and fire you, you will not live to tell the story. That's one thing. Better stop it. A lot of lies. They'll just tell you, oh, my wife is this, my wife is that. Can you shut your mouth up? Respect that woman. Are you out of your mind? Like, is your brain turning on your own? Better stop it. I don't know, like I said, if that's the case with other men in other parts of the world, especially African men, but this one, Nigerian men, stop it. That's one. If you have any other thing you want to say, come up on the show now. Let's tell them so that they will stop. Tell them, sis, if they come into your DM and start lying to you, telling all those lies, I wish I had met you before I met my wife, just shut them. Because you're a woman. Don't let a man disrespect a woman with you. Yeah. So someone is saying diaspora men are good men and most respect women. Is that true? Ha. Okay. Oh. Gigi Lewis says, hope all is well with you, hon. Yes, all is well. I'm fine. Why don't African-born women like African American men? That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. But let me not shut it down entirely. If you're an African woman who has mingled with African American men and you don't like them, then come up on the show and tell us why. Tell us why. Because what I know is that in Nigerian women like African American guys. They are like, oh, they are so cool, they're handsome, they are this. So I don't know if when they go outside of Nigeria, the mindset changes. I don't know. Diaspora, okay, I've read that. Teach them. Yes, that's what we are doing today. Eunice says, speak grace. Yes. Love to travel. Says thunder. Oh, exactly. Thunder. The thunder is doing press up. By the time you finish doing press up and in fire, they will not remain. Respect yourself, not just your wife. Exactly. Both my sister's fathers are Nigerian. They used to cut up in the 1980s when I was young on the West Coast. Okay. Diaspora men are far from perfect, trust me. Exactly. Nobody is perfect. We are here, sister. MK Amazing Cooking. Yes, it's good you are here. I want you to listen. All men. Please, sisters, come up. This is not the time to be silent. Too. Let's tell them. Black men, black men all over don't have to do anything special other than fighting for equality whenever they find, let me pin this here and read it properly. Whenever they find themselves, all black should relocate to the motherland is neither not there but rather there. I probably didn't read that well. The lies are very many. Okay, the lies are very many. You see, so come up, let's tell them. Virtue Grace, you can always do a background check on me. I'm not to hide. Oh my God, but can you explain? A man will never be satisfied with any woman he finds. There is always something wrong. Listening from Zambia, exactly. So you see, Chilufia Bwalia, I don't know why. So come up, let's tell them the things they are doing that we don't like, that they need to stop. African men can do everything correct. Oh, women love us. It's not true. Not always correct. African men do everything. Oh no, okay. Men are the same everywhere. Oh. So come up, let's tell them. Yes, Mira is in the house. Mira, please come up. I want you to come up. Let's have this conversation. By the way, Mira is also a YouTuber. Mira, the question we are asking is, what do men of African descent do that women of African descent do not like? Please click on the link, Mira. You must come up here. Yes, that's Eunice is coming. Yay! Oh, 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 look how beautiful you are. Well, I can't hear you. Your audio is okay.
I actually wanted to read the comments, so I didn't want to come on yet. But
what did I do? Oh, God.
Yes.
Oh, I have my earpiece. Let me put it on.
Okay.
That's why.
All right.
Let me
How's
put my
everyone
earphones
doing?
on.
I can't see the comments
We
while I'm
are
reading them.
fine. Yes. Yes. All right, go on. Let's talk.
Oh my God. Well,
Tell us,
I mean,
what do they do that you do not like?
You hit the nail right on the head. That was the first top one. And then, of course, we have the Johnnies, the ones who they're for the streets, where they're for every girl. Every girl they see, they have to talk to. So, ladies, stay away from the Johnnies. All right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I was saying, there's this trend. Yes,
So,
you're right.
hi
Yes.
everyone.
Hi, Mira, welcome. So, what are those things that men of African descent do that women of African descent do not like? Just go straight. Speak your mind.
I just feel they have this air of desperation where they're just very thirsty, where it's like they can't control themselves. I feel like for me, I feel like it's like a lack of self-control.
Okay, for me, I guess
Yes, Mira, go on. I think there's a delay on Mira's part. So, Mira, go on. Eunice, please just okay. Okay. So, Eunice, continue while she's trying to get her network fixed.
Yes. So guys, we need you guys to be less eager. If you see a girl that you like, be less eager before you go and approach her, and all of a sudden you want her to become your wife or your girlfriend. Get to know her first, see what she likes, find out her name first. Sometimes these guys, they will talk to you and try to get you to do all kinds of stuff, and they don't even know your name. Does it make sense?
All right. Like the eagerness to, start telling you all sort of things. I want to be you to be my wife, without really knowing much about you or taking the time. So it just becomes like
It's fake. It's
they're
not real.
trying to
Mm-hmm.
like they're trying to rush you, you know.
Mm-hmm. I feel it's because it's a numbers game. They're trying to get as many girls as possible, so they don't care about knowing who you are. They don't care about forming a emotional connection with you. They just want to see if, what girl they can be able to get into their bed.
Right. Um, Also, someone is saying here, men need to participate in the household chore, doing family laundry, clean the house and cook. Yeah, so I think men in Africa especially need to hear this because it's not something that African typically they think that's exclusively for the women. Doing house chores, all the cleaning, the cooking, and if as an African woman, if you try to demand that from your man in Africa, it looks like you're trying to um effemi- feminize your man, like trying to make your man become effeminate by participating in house chores and all. But the truth is, a lot of men understand that it's okay to give a helping hand when the woman needs the helping hand. So even without you having to ask, they help. I always use my father as an example. My father was a man who would, go into the kitchen, fix our meals, like do laundry, all of those chores that traditionally are the exclusive preserve of women. My father used to do them. So for me, I grew up in the household and I saw that as something normal. It's not, something out of place for a man to do. So for me, I would also like my man to do that. I'm not saying you should do it all the time. I'll definitely do the chores, but it should be something that you also participate in from time to time without even being, asked to do so. So Mira is back. Mira, let's have your take.
So yeah, I think African men are more polygamous. They say generally men are polygamous in nature, blah blah blah. But I don't know why it feels like African men are more polygamous. After having one wife, even though they don't like legally marry the second wife, they still go around. Like seriously, this is not just because I've seen like a few people that this is the stories we keep hearing every day. You see most married men coming up to single ladies and asking them out, and going ahead. This is something that happened a lot more in Africa than any other place in the world. So I think this is one particular thing that African men do that don't sit well with African women.
Yeah. So look at the comment on the screen. Men who brag to his friends about your intimate relationships with women. Honestly, for
God
this
forbid. Oh,
for
wow.
this I know that younger men back then in the days, younger men used to do this. I don't know if this is done by grown men, but it's something that honestly every girl hates. Whatever it is you have going on with me remains between you and I. You do not have to go talking about it with your friends and all of that. I know younger men used to do this a lot. I don't know if that's still the case now, but just so you know, for those of you who have sons, who have nephews, this is something you definitely need to teach them, because I'm assuming that the men who are watching this stream are mature men who do not do this. But if you do it, know that it's a no-no. African women hate it. Maybe white women might like it, but African women hate it. So stop it and teach your sons, teach your nephews, your male cousins to stop. Don't go talking about your relationship with your woman with another man or another guy. Sometimes even with another lady, we find it offensive. So we
But I
have
have a
more people.
question. I have a question
Okay,
about
Eunice.
that, Grace. But don't we women do it? And is there a difference if we women, talk about our
Yeah, I
relationship?
think I agree with you on that.
So is it different
I
when
think
we
I agree
do
with you
it?
on that. It is the matured men. The mature men don't do that. Is from maybe guys are less than 20 that would go ahead and start bragging with their friends about their intimate relationship with other women.
But I
Yeah,
feel like we women, we actually do talk about our intimate relationship. But I kind of feel like it's different when women do it opposed to when men do it. I feel like when women do it, we're asking for advice. we're asking more like, is this okay? Is this how it's supposed to be? But when guys do it, it's kind of like bragging rights and trying to get trophies and awards. So that's what makes it differently.
Yes, yes, I agree with you 100%. I was going to say that as well. For us women, most times when we talk about our relationship with fellow women, it's basically to share insights and get advice on how best to go about it. How do you think I can, be my best in this relationship, seeking just to be better, and sometimes their opinion about who this person is. But for men, because men naturally are hunters, so when they go after you and they succeed at getting your attention, and because sometimes they might not be genuine, they just want to have that one time with you. And once they do that, then it becomes a matter of trophies, bragging rights. Oh, I've done this, I've accomplished this. So it's in a sort of disrespectful manner, and that's what women do not like. But hey, when you're talking about your woman to your friend or your brother or whoever in a way that is respectful, and okay, so I've met this person and all of that in a way that is not condescending, that's okay. But if it's about bragging rights, like this person has said, that's definitely a no. So Easy is in the house. Easy, let's have your take.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, all what you said really everyone said is right, to be honest. And I feel like what African men, like black men, what I've noticed is that they like to treat, some of them like to treat women like slaves. I don't know. That they need to stop that. Like treat women like slaves. They feel like they're like, yes, they are the king. They feel like they're above women, that we can't talk to them about anything, like we can't advise them. They wouldn't want to take advice from us. That's what lead them to a lot of a lot of
Some
destruction.
lies.
Sometimes they prefer to take advice outside. And also you mentioned about cooking. A lot of African men or black men, they need to start going to the kitchen, cooking for that. Do romantic dinner, do things for the girlfriends or wives. Like take them out as well. Take them out. Not all the time. Just take them out, treat them, be romantic, surprise them. Surprise them in a way. And yeah, that's it really. And also, things that women don't like is that a lot of men, black men, they like to play games on women. Play games. They like to play games. A lot of games on women. They like to play different games on women, like play with the heart, because they know that women have soft hearts. We easily forgive. We easily love. A lot of them like to use and play games, which is not good. Yeah, they need to stop. Yeah.
All right, so that's absolutely true. I'm reading through the comments and I can see someone says men that aren't serious in a relationship will always talk about it with other guys to see who's better in the game. Exactly, that's basically what we said earlier. So if it's in confidence, like someone has said here, if he's talking to your friend in confidence, then when men gather to brag or compare with their homeboys. So Mira, do you want to say something before we continue? I'm trying to fish out more comments in so that we can discuss, because I can see men are also dropping insights to this conversation from the men's perspective,
Okay, let's try.
which we can't ignore. Okay, I think I've okay. Is that Eunice? Right. So I think we can't ignore the fact that men are also dropping into most of our. Let me pin this and read it. Most men of our culture are more afraid and jealous of competition, losing the relationship before it has begun. Then we do something like lie, cheat, and argue. That buries us deeper. Wow. Oh, and King, I think, oh, King, please click on this link and come up. I want you to appreciate this better, because we need to also understand from men's perspective, even though it's about women. I would like for, because I know many of my sisters would like to hear this more. Owen King, please come up. I'd like for you to explain this to us better, because the ladies on the panel, you will agree with me that nothing hurts a woman more than a man lying to them, cheating on them, and arguing. So if men are doing this because of, out from a place of insecurity, then we need to understand it. We need to hear them so that we can be more empathetic towards them, and we also express to them how we want them to act. That sense of fear or insecurity is unnecessary. And that's why having honest conversations is important. If you have conversations with the woman you're in a relationship or you're interested in, then you'll be able to understand their fears, you'll be able to understand their concerns better than when they
Yeah.
bury it and then go on to cheat and lie. Because a lot of women feel very hurt when a man lies to them, especially when a woman loves a man so much. And I'm saying this because I know that word applies to every woman.
Okay, first off, I want to understand what O and King mean when he
it
says
it takes
most
effort,
men
it
of our
takes a
culture
lot
are
of
more
will for a
afraid and
woman to
jealous of
express.
competition. I want to understand where he's coming from. What do you mean by competition? Are you trying to say that if other men or other guys are admiring your woman, that it's something you should be proud of? Why would this make you to go do something like lie and cheat? Like, I want to understand what he means when he's talking about competition, because what I'm seeing here is what I'm thinking he means is, okay, so many men are actually admiring the person they are in love with, or the person that they are in a relationship with. And then I don't see how that is competition. Or maybe he thinks, oh, this man is rich and he's admiring my girlfriend, or maybe he might like find a way and take her away from me. That should not make you cheat or start lying. That is where communication comes in. You need to now communicate with the person you're with and understand. You guys need to now communicate and understand each other better. I don't think there is any form of competition here, or I don't think there is anything here that will make you to start lying and cheating and arguing. Of course, it's not the girl's fault here. The competition you're talking about is something that has to do with you guys, you men, right? It is not the girl's fault. So I don't see any reason why you should start lying, cheating, or arguing. It's something you need to like work out with the person you're with. Except you want to come up here and explain yourself better.
Yeah, and then again, I also think that maybe where the lying, the cheating, and all that comes in is just, to hide or shy away from the real things. So they lie to you, maybe because they do not want to hurt you. Or I really need to understand why men lie,
That's what I no,
honestly.
I still don't understand what is there. Because
I
if
think
you are
he's talking
cheating,
about insecurity. I think he's talking
okay,
about men being insecure. I think that's
okay.
what he's talking
So
about.
how does insecurity lead to cheating? That is what I'm trying to get. You're insecure
That's what
about something.
causes people to cheat when they're insecure and not comfortable with themselves. That's the reason. That's one of the main reason people do cheat, because they're insecure in the relationship. Whether they don't think they're good enough for the person, or they
Okay,
feel
I
like,
get that.
that person,
It's so good, too
so
good for
that's a
them.
main reason for, yeah.
Oh, I
Okay,
get
Ines
that.
is here. Welcome, Ines.
Hi.
Let's have your take. What do men of African descent do that you, as a woman of African descent, dislike?
Especially, I can just speak as a Congolese girl. I've seen a lot, like in relationships with my family members, how they believe, and it's really
We
crazy.
can't hear. I can't hear though.
Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me?
Mira, maybe you need to check your earphones because we can hear her. Maybe it's your network. Go on, Ines.
I just want to say, like, the fact that how they think that women's body, their own women's body, and that's crazy sometimes. And it's just disgusting. And they see, I have conversation with my cousins, and sometimes what they say, I'm just like, oh my gosh, like how they feel, how they believe that women are, like, women should be down and men should be up there, and they can't give any opinions and stuff, and that's really crazy, and we need to stop that. And also black men that also date out of their race, and when the black women go and date, they do the same thing, they have a problem with that. They start shaming the women. They need to stop. Like, that's all I wanted to say.
All right. So basically, you should appreciate your women, not shaming them, not going to date outside of your race and then turning around to shame your women. Yeah, welcome Africa Unite. You're welcome. Let's have your take.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I just want to add my my cent regards particularly African men, right?
Yeah.
Um, as an African woman, I think it is very important when it comes to relationship. It is that's why it's called relationship, right? Getting to know someone. But if I would go back to our history and how our ancestors actually did it before, I think it is more traditional, right? Where we don't do too much of dating, but the dating we do, they did, it's pretty much like families getting to know this family, right? And then get to study each other, like they are friends, even from childhood and all that. They know themselves, they know each other, they visit each other's homes, right? They already know. And then they just,
Please, can
when
you
the
speak
time
up? We
comes, they
can
get.
barely hear you. Please speak up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better.
Okay, can now.
Yes.
Is it better? Okay.
Yes, yes.
So what I was saying is that so previously how our ancestors how they did it, um like so before they already know themselves, the families, everything. So the people or the couples to be are friends from childhood and stuff, like they don't go like too far to get married. They marry within their vicinity, within their culture, within their tradition, where they know themselves, where they know the people. You understand? And there's not so much work to do trying to find out the character, personality, trying to find out who this person is, trying to find out all of that. But currently, in this generation, unfortunately, we are lacking. Um, we are lacking that because of history, what has transpired. A lot of things a lot of things. Our tradition is has been tempered with, so we cannot fully hold on that ancient tradition we had. And for us to be able to, for someone to be able to be in an effective relationship, first of all, you must know your goals, know what you want, and then you must know exactly what you want. So if at all you know what you want, you know where you're headed to, you know where you're heading to as a person, as a lady, as a male. It will give you picture, it will give you a better picture of the kind of person you want in your life, the kind of person you want around you, if it's going to work or not. So there's no point beating around the bush when you see the person does not suit your or resonate with you. So this thing of people just wanting to get to know someone, then they fall for all of those things. I mean, why rush? You need time in this present generation and world. You need time
Yeah.
to actually get to know someone. You need time to actually get to know someone. You don't like, to know their personality, to know their character. You need to study. What we fail to do, we are just like some like for most women. I can't generalize, right? What we fail to do is that we fail to take like to get to to learn this person, to learn the person. Every details about the person you need to learn. But whereby we are talking about, oh, if the person is not going to fulfill our needs, if it's all about you will miss out. You will not even know the person. So if the person gets to find out exactly who you are, the kind of person you are, some might pretend and give you all those things that you think that you want. But again, that's deceitful. Again, you understand. So, but we have this thing that is called instincts. Instinct is something that you add it up with your knowledge and with your with what you have learned over the years, and not just jump into any type of relationship that you see, oh, because the guy is tall, dark, and handsome, that's what you want. The thing is, if you go, people get married for different reasons. People go into relationship for different reasons. Some is just to get beautiful babies, and that's their choice. Some is for them to build legacies, right? Generational legacies. That's again, their choice, their perspective. It depends on what you want as an individual. Again, some people, they just want to be with the happening guy, with the person, with the celebrities and all. Is again their choice. They just want their face to just be on social media, and that's it. So what we should be reprogramming our minds, and the younger generation, is to build legacies behind. There's no time to play around. But again, it's not for everybody. It depends. And again, in the African setting, we should not forget that our history, our culture is been tempered with. So it is difficult for presently in this current generation for the men, most African men, to be demanding that culture, that tradition, those things. But do they like, oh, you're the woman, you have to do this, you have to do that, it's your responsibility, it's your to do all of those things. This time around, it doesn't work that way, just because of what has happened in our lives as history. Again, so you must know the kind of person you want. There are some men, they don't want you to come and show your, like, you want to cook, you want to clean, they just want you to just dress beautifully, look good. You go out all the time with them. That's all that makes them happy. They want somebody who makes them happy, who is vibrant, who is like that. Again, study the person. Study the person. You should have time to study the person. So if, again, that's the thing. So if you have yourself packed with so many activities, I tell people that no, every man in this world or woman has time for the right person, or the person that they love, they want. Whoever give you excuses that I'm busy, I don't have time, that is just an excuse. The person is not for you. Just look for someone else. You will make time for the person you want. You will always make time for the person you want. You understand? So, and again, in our African society right now, currently, we have so many psychopaths, so many narcissists, so many, a lot of things. Our family structure is our family structure is really, really is broken to some extent, right? These in-laws, they come and they give you problem because of what? Because you're married into their family. So they have narcissistic behavior, which we are not talking about. You understand? So we have harbored those things for centuries. We are not talking about it. Those things are really, and then the tribalism comes into play. You have to deal with a lot of things as an African woman getting married. So all of these things comes into play. It is so much of an headache. You understand? So we need to address it. We need to talk about it, because it is a huge, huge problem. But again, let me not waste your time. I know I've taken much, but let me just conclude by saying that I think that the right person is always there for the right for the right person. It doesn't matter where or who you are, right? But the thing is that our desires it depends on what you're looking for. Some people are looking for happiness, peace of mind. Some people are looking for show off. Some people are looking for different things, goes for different folks. So it depends on what you're looking for. And don't judge anybody by their choice. That's their choice. You have to respect it if that's what they want. But what for me, what I'm calling for is generational legacies, and for us returning back to our ancient tradition and culture, and because those things are lacking in this generation. And if we continue like this, our future generation is going to be domicile, and we don't want that for them, especially as quote unquote black people, people from African descent. We are losing our culture, and we unconsciously we don't know these things. We are losing it. So we need to return back to our culture. Like, look at everyone in this channel, including myself. We are all dressed like white people, dressed foreign. We are not, I mean, look at our dressing. Come on now, Grace, everybody, including myself. But I'm
Oh,
trying, I'm trying to figure out. Oh, Grace, are you covering it? You're wearing it? Okay, show it, show it. Don't wear it. Don't be shy. Come on, show it off. Yeah, yes. That is it. We should not be ashamed of who we are. We should always show ourselves, like, wear our cultural attire, be proud. I am like, again, white wedding. I'm sorry, Grace, I just have to bring this up. It is not a tradition to do white wedding. You see the name white. Why is it included in our culture? It came into our culture
Yes.
during colonization, and we are still keeping it and harboring it. You're doing traditional wedding, you're doing customary wedding, court wedding, and again, the men will run away. You're not even contributing a dime to all these things, and then you're asking them to do all these kinds of wedding, and then
It's true.
my goodness, what is wrong with us as women? Why are we so complicated? And then we go, turn around and we give these are our brothers, they are our sons, so we should train them. They suck from our breast. We are responsible for them. They're always kids. We need to take care of them and give them the right
I
mindset,
don't
so
agree
we
with
don't
that,
have to.
but
We
I
don't
like
have
it.
to.
I just saw a comment.
I
Tiffany.
don't agree
I
with the last
commented.
part. No.
Okay, go on. I want to hear your point of view. Why don't you agree with it? Let me hear your point of view.
I don't think it's our job to continue taking care of men after they reach a certain age. We're not their mothers. They
Because
should not still be on the
Mhm.
breast
uh-huh.
milk.
Okay.
They're not our responsibility. After a certain age,
Absolutely.
we become their responsibility. It's their job to provide for us. So their parents teach them up to a certain point, and from then on, they take on the responsibility, and then they find the woman that they can take care of. And I feel like because of our culture where we do cuddle the man for so long, that when they
Hmm.
get older, it's hard for them to learn how to take care of women
Very
properly.
true.
And they feel like even their wives are supposed to be like their mothers,
Very
where
true.
they treat them and, with kid gloves. So that's the part that I disagree with. I don't think that after a certain age, we should still be taking care of men as our responsibility. Of course, you want to nurture your husband, your boyfriend, and
Hmm.
treat them well, because it's a
No,
partnership,
no.
but
Okay,
not
yeah.
to the point where you
Yeah.
enable them,
That's
because that can
true.
lead to bad behavior.
Yeah, that's why they all end up being
Okay,
nasty.
Can
can
I
I
just say
respond to
something?
that, Ricky? Yeah, yeah, go on, please. I'm sorry. Grace, I've taken
And
over your show. I'm
one
so
thing,
sorry.
sorry,
No,
sorry to
continue.
interrupt.
Continue.
Sorry to
All right.
Also one thing I want to say, especially African mothers, y'all need to
Okay.
stop the way they treat their daughters and their
Absolutely.
sons. It's like it's disgusting. Just if it doesn't mean that if the dad out, that means that the son needs to be the husband. Come on. And also it's not like I also like the way my mom used to tell me, oh, you should cook, you should do this, because when you go to your white husband and you have to treat them that. Nah, it's not like that. You guys need to, your sons are not your husbands. Your sons are
Okay,
not your
can I
husband.
respond?
They don't have to provide for you for the long time.
Can I
Yeah,
say
you can
Okay,
go.
can I respond to that? Can I respond to that, please?
Yeah.
I want you to know that whenever you're talking about African parents, you should realize that culture, tradition is coming into place. Something that has been part of
Mhm.
us. It is not
Yeah.
something that we adopted. It is part of our lives, right? It is not like religion that
Yes.
it's like a garment. You put it on Sunday, and on Monday you remove it, and you throw it away somewhere. Yeah. So this is something that is who we are, right? same thing goes with our spirituality. It is who we are. We can you can't separate these things from us.
Can I say?
Now, it is. Can I finish, please? Or yeah, go on if you
Please
want.
go on. So one at a time. Go on. African
Well,
Unite.
let me just.
Two
Thank you. Let me
minutes.
just finish. 2 minutes. Oh my God, I gotta use that now. Yeah. So
So we'll go around. When
you
you
should.
do 2 minutes, she will talk 2 minutes. So we go around and come back again.
Okay.
Okay.
So when it comes to our culture, it is not about we are harboring all like they're not. We are giving them all this nurture, everything like this. No, it is just part of our culture. And then for us again, it is not that of a big deal. The reason we are seeing it as a big deal is because of the influence of the West, right? The Western influence makes you to think that, oh, it is a big deal. It is something like these are things that two people do in love. In love, I'm talking about ancient tradition now, right? It is not something currently now. Feminism and all of those like things are coming into play in our culture, in our tradition. I do not believe that. I do not believe that those things are really difficult when it comes to the African setting because the men are providing everything, everything. So currently today, in this modern generation, the women are doing something, the men are doing something. Even ancients do in the ancient time, the women also do a lot of things, right? But it's just that in our tradition or in the eyes of other people, they are not seen as something really, really industrious or stuff like that. Women do lots of things. So I think it goes both ways. And our men also, they know how to cook. They know all those things that we do. I'm talking about real African traditional man. He knows how to cook, he knows how to take care of his wife and family and they do those things. Sometimes he will do those things. He does it like he takes care of everything, both the cooking and everything. So it depends on the type of man that you're with, because some are Eurocentric. You know, they know nothing about our tradition. If they want to talk about our tradition, they only capitalize on you're a woman, you're the one that have to do this and do that. No, those are not real African men. Real African men, they help. It's not like the way we have been portrayed by the media. That's another thing. We allowed the media, especially with mainstream media, to define us, which is a very, very big slap on our faces. So what we are doing now is telling our stories and how it was because we are the experience. So you cannot tell me my story or my experience. So I should be the one to educate you on that. So it's just like uh, um, a European man is coming to tell me, an African woman, about my African experience and history. So that is an error on our side. So please, whoever that wants to go on, please go on now. My 2 minutes,
All
I
right.
guess, is over.
Just quickly before she goes on, I want to say thank you so much for all of your donations on my GoFundMe. We are making progress. I appreciate it so much. For those of you who have not donated, I've just dropped the link in the chat room. You can click on it. Whatever you donate is well appreciated. We need to get equipment. And apart from that, I'm going to be doing special shout outs and appreciations to everyone donating in my subsequent videos and on my community tab. I have silver, gold, and platinum groups. So I'll be categorizing that for every $1 to $50, you are in the silver group. Then from 51 to $99, you are in the gold group, and then $100 above, you are in the platinum group. So I will be doing special shout outs and appreciations in a special way in my videos and on my community tab. So if you've not donated, click on the link, go ahead and make your donations. They are well appreciated. And we will get these equipment in no time. We get a better computer, good microphones, good lighting, and we'll be having amazing shows, amazing videos all the time. And when the time comes, I start going out there, I'll be bringing you very interesting content, showing you outside, amazing stories and views. So definitely let's get this equipment so that we can have the best that we can afford. All right, so thank you so much. I've dropped the link again. So my sister has been waiting for so long. Let's go on and have you make your contributions. Your name is hiding here. I'm trying to look it up. Wave, wave. Let's have your contribution. You have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Definitely,
Yeah.
I can. I
Yeah.
can.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
greetings. I'm from the Caribbean. I live in the US Virgin Islands and I'm listening to your program. And there are so many similarities with the Caribbean and Africa in terms of our men, our culture, our food, our music, and everything like that. And some of the behaviors that are exhibited through our men down here in the Caribbean. But I will say that with the men, the only reason the men are getting away with this is because women are allowing this. And the reason why I say this is because if you meet a married man and he tells you he's married, you have the opportunity of, saying no, putting yourself in that person's shoes, whether or not you would like someone to do that to you. So we as women, we can stop maybe half to 60% of these games that men are playing, you know? As far as the lady that spoke previously, she did have some good points. Growing up in the islands, before a man could actually think about dating us, they talk about courtship. You had to speak to our parents. Our parents had to know your parents, who this person is, and everything like that. And men had a tremendous respect for women. So I believe the men need to start respecting their women, and women need to respect themselves as well, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that this game that is going on is because we women allow it. We need to stop it because we are the ones that bring these men into the world. We are their mentors. We are the ones that teach them a lot of things, their first steps, everything in this world. So we need to teach them to be better men, to respect women, to love women, especially Black women. We've been through so much. We've always been there for our men. It is time for them to take on the responsibility of being there for our women. And we have so much beautiful Black women across the globe who just want to be loved, who want to live in a stable home, who want to raise healthy Black children, who want to have great communities. And we need our men to step up. That's all the Black woman is asking you. She's asking you to be the man that Mother Nature created you to be. The Creator created you to be. Because when He created you within His image. We are a part of the Creator, and the Creator handed over a woman unto you. So guess what? You need to take care of her. She's fragile most of the time, but you need to take care of her. And that's all I wanted to say today. All
Can
All
I
right.
just
right.
So thank you
object
Thank
very
you.
about
much. I
your
enjoy your
point, please?
program.
Thank you, Wave. I
Yeah.
appreciate you. I appreciate your contribution. Thank you so much for the support, and your
Yeah.
contributions are well
And I
appreciated.
want you women to I, yeah, I want women to know that we're beautiful. Do not allow society to dictate who we are. We're beautiful, beautiful
Yeah.
women. And we have so much to offer this earth, you know? And we need to nip it in the butt and start making men be responsible and stop babying
Sis-
them. We
Sister
need
Wave,
to
I
make
have a
them
question for
responsible.
you.
Okay. Africa Unites. You have a question for Sister Wave? Ask.
Yes, yes, Sister Wave. You
I
made
can't hear.
you can you hear me? You made
Yes, I can
mention
hear.
of
Go ahead. I can't
okay,
hear you.
okay. You made mention of women, like a married man, right? That if the man tells you that he's married, we should be able to say no. to end all of this? Are you talking from the I don't know, maybe
Yeah, we
Western
need.
perspective or in general? Because I want to understand it. Because from the African perspective, it's different. She's gone.
Seems like she's off.
Well,
Okay.
but let me just comment on that. Anyway, if anybody has anything to say,
Okay,
please,
she's
I can
here.
shut my mouth so you can talk.
I have something to say. I have
Okay.
something to say. You said from the African perspective, it's different, but not every African culture is into polygamy. You
No,
have
no,
to
no,
also
no. Yeah,
remember
yeah. Of
that.
course, of course. Of,
No,
Nigerians, they're into
no, we
polygamy, but not every.
no.
Okay.
yeah. So
Okay.
I understand. I understand that, right? But I want you to know that originally African like country, because I don't want to say countries. If I say countries, it's a European perspective because
Okay.
of the artificial borders,
Okay.
right? So I'm going to use the word country because that's what it is, right?
Mhm.
Now,
Mhm.
um,
Continents.
ori- well, you call it a continent, but it's a country. We're one, just one country, a continent. Now, um, originally, it is in the African culture. Polygamy is there. That's because that's because of how we started, right? And then
Mhm.
we all those things, right? But then as the family expands or some issues, you find out that the African men tend to get married to more than one wives and so on, especially for male kids, because male kids are very, very important in the African setting. So
Mhm.
if the woman is giving birth to just female, especially because it has to do with kings and kingdoms, right? So if the man is a king, right, he needs someone to succeed him, a successor. So he needs a male child, right? This is very, very important in the African culture. Hence, if his biological and if his original or first wife cannot give birth to a male child, the man tends to get married to a second wife, and it goes like that. That's just one of the reasons I'm just telling you. When it comes to the African tradition, that's why most of them they tend to go into polygamy. It's for a reason. It's not just because they just want to, or they neglect their wives and stuff like that. And they get married to these women, right? They are not seeing them. They are not just taking them for fun. And no, they bring them to the home. They treat them very well, like wives and stuff like that. So, but today you see that the men are married, but they have side chick. That's the difference, right? They are not married. They are not, all of those things. So it's different. And for what reason are you having a side chick, right? Is it just for fun? It is for a cause. But most African women don't see it as a big deal because it has always been part of our tradition and culture, and that there wasn't conflict before. The women get along, they do things together, they're happy, But now, so much stress, work, a lot of things has come into the system and into play that a man can no longer do his job sexually and emotionally and otherwise, which tend to make women to you know migrate or deviate to wanting to have affairs outside their marriage. But this is just one of the reasons why there's polygamy. It's not basically for fun and all of those things. It's for population, to have more population, as our population was very, very, was not that much. And then we are nomadic people by nature. So when the family is big, is huge, they tend to give you a land, go and establish your family, go and do your stuff, right? So I mean, that's just what I wanted to add there. Yeah.
Okay, I somehow I lost the connection while the people were talking, so I missed out on the beginning part of what you were saying. But I think yes, I agree. Typically, polygamy is African nature, but that was what was practiced by our ancestors, our forebears. My maternal grandfather, for instance, had 7 wives and I think 3 concubines, and my paternal grandfather had 2 wives. So it was their practice. But the reason behind polygamy in the past was the fact that men needed labor to uh, needed a supply of labor for their farm work and all that, especially for Benue State, where I come from, where it's typically agrarian. Men needed more labor, so the larger the family, the more the supply of free labor for their farm work and all of that. And
Yeah.
then in terms of royalty, for African royals, they also practice polygamy because for them it's about prestige. The more the wives, the more prestige the man uh, would earn for himself and all of that, more children. But the truth is
Yeah.
that with modernization, with the changing landscape economically, more men are becoming less polygamous, at least not blatantly as it was in the past, in the sense of marrying the
Yeah.
women and keeping their houses and, you know, calling them their wives. Some of them are now doing what we call having side chicks. They have one woman they are legally married to and keep in the house, but then they have affairs with other women outside. Typically, they are called side chicks and all of that. But for me, I started even when I started this stream, I spoke about that the fact that that is to me is a no no. Men who would slide into your DM and drop comments like, I wish I had met you before I met my wife. I wouldn't have married my wife. Stop it. I'm saying it again. Don't enter my DM and talk that rubbish. I will, if I know your wife, I will screenshot it and send to her. You'll be in trouble. Don't
Expose.
disrespect your wife by saying all
Expose.
of that
Yeah.
nonsense. If I had met you, you are more beautiful than my wife. Shut up. Every woman is beautiful. Go and invest in her, take care of her, provide for her, make her
Word.
beautiful, right? So that's the point. That's the position we should stand. And the truth is that these men are getting side chicks because women are making themselves available to them. So if you do not want your man to cheat on you, then do not cheat on your man with do not cheat with a man on another woman. I don't know if that makes sense. If you don't want your man to cheat on you, don't go cheating with a man, especially if he's married or he has a girlfriend that is committed to in a committed relationship with, but out of your envy and jealousy as a woman, you want to see them break up and just, dig your fangs into the relationship and scatter it. It doesn't make sense. So respect yourself as a woman. Look at that lady, that woman as your own sister, and what you would not do to your own blood sister, don't do to that woman, and definitely don't do it. Don't let a man come and disrespect a woman with you. Don't listen, don't give him that ear,
In your presence. Yeah.
because we complain that men are cheating, men are lying, but they are cheating on their women with fellow women. So don't enable them to cheat. That's clearly one thing that men do that women do not like: cheating, but they cheat with women. So don't enable them. Let's be, you know, the things that we can help to solve. We've been talking, a lot of people are saying we are the women who raise the boys, we raise the men and all of that. So let's raise them in a way that we teach them to be respectful towards women. We teach them to treat women with dignity and all of that. So you have sons, you have nephews, you have male cousins. Teach them exactly the way you would want your man to treat you. Raise your son to understand that. Someone dropped a comment here, several comments that I pinned, but because of the conversations, the comment has gone far. He talked about how he has been uh, men when his grandmother passed. He was the other women in their lives left them, so he was raised by different women have not been there for him and all of that. So such a person who has had that kind of experience will clearly not understand women, will clearly not understand how he should treat women in a way that is most respectful and dignifying. So he might err every once in a while when he's dating and all of that. you know so for such people, it's difficult to, because we are saying we should not babysit men. But when you come across a person like that who clearly has that open conversation with you and opens up to you about their past, there's a place where you can be more maybe compassionate towards that person and maybe help the person to get the help that they need in terms of counseling, or to find that trusted female figure that can mentor them or guide them through as they go on with that relationship with you. I know it's not always as easy as it sounds, when you're talking about practicals, but then that's how way, because the truth is many people have had experiences in their past that are no fault of theirs, for one reason or the other, things that they couldn't control. That's why they behave the way they do when they find themselves in relationships. Some men are genuinely just clueless, that they do not know. They honestly want to be with a woman, but they do not know how to treat a woman in a way that is acceptable or the woman would appreciate. They're just clueless. I've heard stories like that, you know. Some just do it out of sheer negligence. They actually know what they should do, what is right, but they will intentionally neglect doing that because they just don't want to be responsible. For such cases, it's understandable, and you can be more stern, and impatient with those ones. But for those who genuinely are um clueless, you can be more understanding towards them. So we have another person here. My big auntie Flo is in the house. She calls me better picking. Welcome. Let's have your take. So for those of you who are Nigerian, better picking means a good child. So I'm a good child. Let's have your take.
But Sister Grace, I'm sorry, I would go out very soon. I just wanted to, what you said now, I just wanted to, Sister Beta Pekin, can you please give me a second? Let me just ask Sister Grace
One
a
minute.
question, please.
One minute.
I know, thank you, thank you. Sister Grace, yeah, you made mention of helping these men, getting counseling, doing all of those things. I just want to point out something there, because when someone, you can't fix a broken person. You can't. When someone is broken, they need to fix themselves. They need healing. They need to go through therapy. They need to understand that they are not okay. So for them, for many of them might not see this or know that they are not okay. So it takes someone who is emotionally, mentally, stable to detect that these people, they are not okay, right? So if you go into such relationship, you will be broken. You end up being broken with the person, like that person, and be like that person. So the best thing, in my own view, is to, if you want to help, you can refer to the person, to a therapy or something, because lots of people these days are really broken based on hurts from the past, based on their experiences that are not pleasant. You understand? And then they pass this anger, they pass this trauma to into their relationship, which, if you're not mentally strong and psychologically fit, you will not be able to detect this type of behavior. We have lots of narcissists out there. So if you cannot de- detect this set of people, you will end up falling victim in such relationship, and then you end up crying and saying and talk about how your relationship are not working. It's just that you are not paying attention that such people are broken and are not needed at the moment in your life, or you should cut off from such people. So your ability to dictate, to know, that's why I say time. You have to take the time to study someone, and it shouldn't take too long for you to know those set of people, right? If you're paying really,
Yeah.
really good attention. Yeah, that's just what I
Yes.
want to
So
add. So, Sister Beta Picking, please go on. Thank you so much for, this, for the
all
opportunity.
right, so sorry, Aunt Flo, before you speak, let me just respond to her before she goes off. So what I was saying basically is that in the process of trying to know the person, to understand them, they have open, honest conversations with you, and let you
Yeah.
in about their past, the kind of experiences they've had. You can help them to get help by referring them, just like you've said. I'm not saying you should babysit them, and you are not a professional. you can encourage them to take up counseling, professional counseling sessions, so that they can they can open up about all of that to a professional who can help them to start on the course, of healing and becoming whole as individuals. It's not necessarily about babysitting them at all. That wasn't what I was saying. So refer them. And if you feel like they are not making progress, or you feel like they are not good enough for you, even after undergoing all of the counseling and all of the therapy sessions, then it's left to you to make a decision to move.
Yeah.
But it plays a part by helping to refer them, to encourage them to get the professional help that they can get. So basically, that was my own take. So, and Flo, you have the floor now. Speak.
Oh, hello,
Can you?
everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know about the topic. Is that, well, you said, what is it that African men do that women like? But the
Yes.
thing is, our conversation has moved from polygamy all the way to marriage, how you psychoanalyze somebody and everything else. So I'm going to be a bit boring and bring it back to the topic. Okay,
Please,
just
please.
1 minute.
Yeah.
I think the thing that is the problem is that it depends on your age group and where you are in life, to be very honest.
Yeah.
And right now, one thing that I particularly detest about African men is being chatted up. I don't like being chatted up because it's a slight insinuation that I'm a bit dense. Because I mean, when a man approaches you on the street when you're minding your own business, he's not there to try and fill up my purse with more money, or he's not there to solve my problem. As I'm thinking of solutions, let's be realistic. You have approached me because you find me attractive and you want to talk to me. And that's the operative word. You want to talk to me. When you chat me up, you're patronizing me because I have a brain that works. I'm an intellectual. I'm somebody who always thinks like, what can I do for my future? Where is it going? What legacy do I want to set up? How do I want to be remembered when I die? I'm one of those people. So men need to assess women when they
I can't hear her.
I can't either. I think our
Yeah,
network
it's
is
crushing.
has a glitch and all.
Okay.
She's dropping gems. I want to hear what she's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
She says
she
she
said,
wanna come back.
can I say one thing as she's coming back? Can I say one thing, please?
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I just wanted to say, the way women also treat their sons as well. Will If you treat them in a way that you pamper them too much, you don't tell them the right way, you don't tell them how to treat a woman, you don't train them in that way. They see you treating the girls differently. Yeah. If you treat them in that way, you're gonna bring up your child to be narcissistic. They're gonna take that to the women because they haven't been taught well. So in the culture, there's good and bad things to culture. There's good and there's a bad, also a negative aspect to culture as well. So I believe that's what is affecting some men as well. Because from my understanding of what I've noticed from experience, is because some mothers, they baby that male child so much that they don't tell them when they do wrong. They don't it's because they look at them as boyfriend, they look at them as a king. They don't tell them when they do wrong, they just allow them to do anything bad, and they affect and they later bring that same behavior to their girlfriends, to their wives, and it's like a circle. So I think as a woman as well, we need to also train our child in a way, in a respectful manner, not pamper them. Pampering them can actually make them narcissistic as well. We can pamper them, but let's balance it. You treat them as you treat the woman as well. Yeah, that's what I want to say because I just responding back to that lady. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution.
Yeah.
And
Can
Flo,
I?
speak le.
Can okay.
Oh, it seems she's still frozen there. Okay, so go on and speak.
Can I say something? And also, like, because I live in London, some women they don't respect themselves.
Everyone is frozen.
Really?
I'm
I'm not
I'm not.
frozen.
I'm not.
Uh, like, hello, can you hear me?
Go on, I can hear you.
Like,
Go on.
like I was saying, like there's some women they don't respect themselves. They're like other men, like they don't have respect for themselves. They don't have something called dignity and respect. And some women need to stop that because I know some women they'll go around sleep with Batista, John, the next day John, the next day David. They need to stop that. It's not only on men as well. Also women do that as well. So I always say like if you guys want black people to be if black people want other races to respect them, they need to start in the house. They need to respect themselves, and other people will also it will encourage other people to respect themselves. And this is the same thing with women. If women want men to respect them, they need to respect themselves. They need to see themselves they need to see themselves as queens, no bad bitches,
Self
because
love.
it's always about I'm a I'm a real bad bitch, and that needs to stop. Oh, like I don't know if you guys know about the city girls. Now there's a city boys. Like what is that? City girls and city girl, oh I'm a real bitch. Like and also one thing that is actually destroying black women is music. Like if you see how Megan the Stallion, those Nicki Minaj, those Cardi B's and stuff, and that's the one thing that is also destroying black women. And when other races sees us, especially black women, they always see us as sexual materials. They don't see us, they don't value us the way we want them to value us. So just remember, guys, black women, you guys are not real bitches, you're real queens. So that's all I wanted to say.
Please, can I say something based on some like I don't because there's cultural differences. So I don't know the type like when you're talking about black women, right? Are you talking about black women from which part of the world? Because yeah, we are all black men, but we have different culture. Now, like for instance, an African man knows a very well respected lady, who respects herself and carry herself with dignity. You understand? They know such women. They can mess around, they still go back and get married to that woman that that carries herself in that way, right? So if they see that you present yourself like a bitch or that word you use, right? That's how they follow you. But at the end of the day, don't expect them. They will not put you in their home. They will not get married to you. So an African man can dictate a really good woman that carries herself in such, and respect is part of our culture. So like it's just that recently it has just been. So when you're saying music again, music is a part of our culture. It's a very beautiful thing. So you're making so many generalization, right? So it depends on the type of music, the type of
Auntie,
from which angle. Yeah, go on, go on. I want to understand that statement you made because I don't really
auntie,
get it. Yeah,
I'm
Someone
African.
is
I'm very
sorry.
proud.
Someone is making a comment. Someone dropped a comment here that I quickly want to respond to. Let me pin it here. He says twerking was not socially acceptable when I was growing up. I don't know which culture this person in some traditional African cultures, twerking is like it's an acceptable form of dance, of traditional dance. It's not obscene, it's
yeah,
not frowned at.
yeah,
Exact typical
yeah.
example is the Congolese. if you watch the Congolese dances, it comes off as erotic and all, but that's their traditional dance. And it's just so beautiful to see people, express themselves in such a manner that is culturally acceptable. No one looks at them. They can be free in their sexuality and in their cultural expression that comes off in the form of dance. It's acceptable. In my culture, for instance, there's a particular dance that you dancing and it's like twerking, but that is our traditional dance and it's okay. Even in Igbo culture, there are dances that people dance and twerk and it's okay. So, but the way twerking comes off in pop music these days, it's something that many people frown at, especially that it comes from foreign America and all of that, that is not presented in a way that is relatable to us as Africans. So I just wanted to answer that, because in my videos subsequently, when I start doing more vlogs, you might see those kind of dances in the video. So don't say, oh, Virtue Grace is twerking or is bringing twerking content. No, those are like traditional dances acceptable. When I go to Congo, I'm going to highlight that in my videos. So just so you know. Now let's get back to the conversation. And I'm saying that because a lot of men
Bring
say,
it
"Oh,
coming.
I don't want my woman twerking and all of that." But understand that in some traditional African societies, twerking is an accepted form of dance, right?
I
So
totally
Ines,
agree.
we're talking. Yes,
I
African Tigress, just 1 minute, sis.
okay, okay.
Ines, you have 1 minute to make your remark. Wave 1 minute, and then African Tigress will have the floor. Before then, please kindly
Okay.
click on the GoFundMe link. Someone is asking if you've not made your donations, definitely do so. The link is there in the chat room. I've pinned it on the screen. But let's get this equipment. We are making progress. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. So, Ines, you have the floor.
Well, my mom, she tried to teach me
Right.
how to twerk and I couldn't do it. So there.
Yes,
But
you
she
see
tried. I
that
don't have the
people
rhythm.
from Cross River,
Yeah.
States, their dance is twerking. The
Um,
dance
let me.
is the
Exactly.
they
My
dance
mom
the
tried to
whole
teach me so
this
much. I
woman.
couldn't get
I'm
it.
sitting down. So
Yeah, I used to be embarrassed whenever she tried to teach me. I
Ines,
was really prudish. But what I wanted to say is one thing.
I just.
Okay.
Oh, no, no, no. Go ahead, Queen. You can go.
Ines, no, Ines, go on,
Okay,
go on,
okay,
go on. Ines, stop.
okay.
After you,
I wanna.
Wave will speak. Then African Tigress will come back to you, Ines, later.
I wanna say something. I wanna say three things. One is Congolese. I'm a Congolese myself, and I come from a Bakongo tribe where it's our thing. We twerk. And the other thing I want to say is I'm a 20 years old woman, girl, and especially this generation, the music is so trash, like trash music. You can never imagine. Like, if they have to bring Tupac back, I will accept it because the music is so trash. And back in the day, our moms, your generation, some of your generation, our music, especially Lauren Hill, it was teaching something. You will listen to a music and you will learn something. But nowadays it's about, I'm a bad bitch. I can make money for by myself. I don't need a man. That needs to stop, black women. That needs to stop. We need our black men, and black men, we need you. And that's what I wanted to say. Like, some women, and also black women, they're just doing too much. Too much. When I say too much, too much. You're going there and you're sleeping with the whole the whole world, and you're expecting respect. Come on, fam. Come on. Use your mind. No one will respect you if you don't respect yourself. Don't go around sleeping with Batista and expect Batista to respect you, or David. David wants to respect you, so you have to respect yourself. It's not always about men. It's also women. Some women are just trash, like the trashes. So all I wanted to say is that, but twerking is not a bad thing, fam. It's not a sin to twerk. Like, you guys go to church and say, "Oh, is this?" When you guys go to church and say twerking is sin, it's not a sin. It's our culture. So I just have
I just have a problem with those people that want respect. Those women want respect, but they don't respect themselves.
All right.
It's not
Um.
like that. But yeah, that's
Okay.
all I wanted to say.
Okay. Wave, you have 1 minute. Then African Tigress will speak. 1 minute, Wave. Can she hear me? Okay, if she can't, African Tigress, go on, sis.
Hi, it's been interesting
Hi.
being in this conversation. I wanted to join earlier on, but I had a couple of meetings that I needed to do. Hey, everybody in the chat, how's everybody doing? Happy to be part of this conversation, but I've been listening to this conversation for a while. I feel like we women love to beat ourselves so much. I mean, today we were talking about what do men do that what do men of African descent do that women of African descent dislike. Last week men were talking, but now this week we are also talking about what women do. I mean, most of these things we talked about them last week, but I feel like women we just love beating ourselves. Oh, we should not be this, we should not be this, we should not be this. I mean, we're supposed to be talking about men right now. It should be about what do men do, what are men doing that we don't
Yeah,
like. It's about us. Let's stop beating ourselves all
exactly.
the time. All the time. I think a lot of times, sometimes I feel it's maybe in the culture that we just used to judging ourselves. And a lot of times when you find that maybe some women might have different opinions. In most cases, it's always the very same women who are actually, trying to get on these other women's. It may not be something bad, just the fact that they have different opinion. It's the same women. But right now, if we could just talk about men, let's stop beating ourselves as women. For once, what
Yes,
are
yes,
men doing that we don't like? Because if men talked last week,
exactly.
they talked about the things that women don't like, and they talked a lot extensively on it. I didn't hear men saying, "Oh, even us men, we should stop." Even us, it was just in the chat that you could find women contributing, saying, "Oh yeah, men, you also do this, you do this." But in the panel, I can't remember men like trying to like really beat themselves. I even in the comments, the men were just talking about women this. Oh, they should stop wearing wigs. Oh, they should stop this. They
Yes.
should stop.
Stop
But
bleaching.
can we also have
Thank
now
you.
topic
Thank
about
you.
men? Anyway, that's just part of my contribution. The only now going to the topic, what are things that men of African descent do that women don't like? Women of African descent. First, I would want to say generalizations. I mean, the fact that they want all women to be the same. We can never be the same. I can never be Virtue Grace. I can never be Eunice. I can never be like a sister from Congo, the other sister. I can never be them. Like we are all different. And we also come
Yeah.
from different culture. And there's always this thing of polygamy that men are also trying to justify, saying that it is an African thing. It was not every community. Not every community that polygamy was acceptable. Let's learn to embrace the diversity. We are all African, beautiful women, but we are also diverse. So if we could embrace that and avoid the generalization, whereby you find some man comes and he's saying, "Oh, this woman is like this," or "all women should be like this," or men coming and expecting us to be all the same. It shouldn't be that. So yeah, basically that's part of my contribution. Somebody else can take over.
Okay, I also want to add something quickly. Just, there's this thing that men do that personally I don't like. Um, you're dating a girl and you feel like because she's a working class lady or she's a lady who, is industrious and makes money, she earns money for herself, so she doesn't need anything. You see no need for you to give her money, to take care of certain needs that she might have. I'm not saying that we should, women should be demanding and all, but when you're with somebody, it's an act of, love is an act, not just words. So you express that in the way that you even give to that person. I'm not saying money should be the center stage, but with the little you have, you express that gesture of providing. Because there's this thing with African society that we say men are the head, men are providers. I saw someone made a comment earlier about, it's all about earning that position rightly. It's not just about saying you are the man, but you have to earn it in the way that you take responsibility, you provide, and all of that. So even while you're dating, while you're just in that relationship, demonstrate that, let that woman know that this person is capable of taking care of me. We want that assurance and that reassurance that if I eventually get married to this person is going to provide for me, is going to, be responsible for meeting my needs. So regardless of the fact that she's working or she's doing business and making money, you still have to show that gesture by once in a while giving something to her, to show that you appreciate them, you love them, and you can provide for them, regardless of the fact that they are making their own money. So men in Nigeria are guilty. My Nigerian men, I know you are in this chat room and you are hearing it. For those of you who are watching, who are going to watch this stream afterwards, know this: women hate it when you don't provide, especially when you see them as working class ladies, business class ladies who make money for themselves. So there's no need. Some will even go to the extent of asking you, babe, can you borrow me money? I will pay you back. Stop it. Don't do it. You're laughing, but that's the truth. I know I'm speaking the minds of many of my Nigerian sisters. They're in the chat room. You soon hear them saying yes. So Aunt Flo is back. Aunt Flo, you have the floor now. Speak. Sorry that network disconnected you earlier.
I think
Can you hear
Shasta's
me?
on mute. Shasta on mute.
I think she's her internet connection. We can't hear.
I'm trying to unmute her. It's not just responding. Aunt Flo, maybe you should unmute your mic by yourself. I'm trying to unmute it from my end, but it's not responding.
Maybe she could take off the headphones. Maybe the headphones if she takes them. Oh, she's not wearing headphones?
She has headphones on.
Yeah, she's not wearing any headphones.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
That's her glass. That's her.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, we can hear you.
yeah, we can.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Excellent. Okay. So as I was saying before, I don't like being chatted up. I like to be spoken to. It's a thing of maturity. Look, I'm over 30. Okay, I'm past my mid-30s. Maybe I was in my 20s. I thought it was cute, yada yada yada. But I don't find it cute anymore with maturity. I want somebody who can converse with me because communication is the sole core of everything between human beings, even between a child and its parents. You know, a wife and a husband, a father and his child. It's very, very fundamental. And the problem with men right now, African men in Europe particularly, I think it's not really their fault. I think it's because women have been giving them the wrong messages. A lot of African women born in Europe also have a European kind of mindset when it suits them. The one woman will play the feminist card. Oh, don't open the car door for me. I'm not handicapped. I can get in there myself. You know, then the next moment you want the same man to bring you flowers. It's not going to work because you're giving them mixed messages. You know, when black guys go to white women, there is a perception. I'm going to say it at the risk of making people feel offended, and I don't really care if there's any person on this panel. I'm going to say it's just that for black men, it's easier to go to bed with a white girl. Okay, you take her to a bar, you tell her you like her, buy her drink, and she's there for you, no problem. Whilst with a sister, you might have a little bit more work to do. You know, they will go on that date they will go on that date with you, and then she'll want to go home. Get over it because that's the way a date is supposed to take place. You understand? It is very, very rare that you go out with a guy and suddenly you feel this connection that everybody talks about from the Bible to whatever, where you know that this person here is your husband and he knows that you are his wife. I say this because I have one of my best friends is an accountant. And I remember that he went to a party, he's from Cameroon. He went to a party at one point and he said to me, I slept with my wife the first night I met her. And I said to him, what? And he goes to me, I knew it was love at first sight. And I said to him, boy, she's a gambler. I wouldn't take that risk no matter what I felt. But he said it was it. Then eventually he had to come to England because he got a job opening to come to England. And believe you me, this girl was in love with him too, because 2 years later, he managed to get his so-called wife here to England, and they've been together ever since. I look at my cousins.
Oh my goodness. She's gone mute again.
Yeah, I can't hear her.
Yeah. I can't hear her. Well, I hope she gets through with her network again.
Can I say something
I'm
I
not
don't
gonna
like
Please
about
do.
men? Oh, is she back? She's back? Is she back? No?
Eunice,
I'm
you
not
can
gonna
speak.
knock it because
Okay.
I'm a bit of cynic. If you can hear me, yeah. I'm not
Yes.
gonna knock it because I'm a bit of a cynic. But one of my cousins actually met this guy at the age of 17 and looked at him and said, that's my husband. And funny enough, it was the same for him. So I mean, depending on what God has predestined for you, good luck to you. I'm more cautious by nature, but that's just the way I am. So I would say that in my 30s, I came to realize that, you know what, I'm not interested in just dating somebody because I can date a lot of people. We're all women, you know, everybody knows how to play that game where you can keep two or three of them, you know, waiting at your beck and call and all that. It's exhausting. You understand? Even men who cheat know that eventually it's exhausting. To handle one woman is a lot of hard work, and then to have three on the go is extremely exhausting. But I also think that the perception is also different in Africa. And I can only speak for Africa and for Europe. In Africa, the perception is different because generally you tend to know a chancer when you see one. Because our cultural average, a guy who is, say, like 32, should normally be married because your parents, African parents, will always harass you after you've done your university degree, after you've gotten a job and everything. They say, why are you bringing me a wife? When am I having grandchildren? Blah, 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 blah. And generally, then in Africa, you will probably think in the back of your mind, when you get chatted at by a 30-something-year-old guy, you'll be asking him that, but are you married? Whilst in Europe, it's completely different. People are getting married later in life in Europe. Most Africans are. So even if you get married in your mid 30s or early 40s, it's nothing unusual in Europe. You know what I mean? But I generally prefer a man to converse with me and not to chat me up, because there is a slight insinuation that you think I'm stupid. And I haven't got time to play games. You know what I mean? Because when I'm looking at a man, I'm looking at moral values. I'm looking at future ambition. I'm looking at your future promise. I'm also looking at whether or not you're God fearing. I'm looking and considering, can I even picture him to be the father of my children? That's where I'm at the moment, because I haven't got time to play games. And insofar, you know, God has been kind of like nice to me insofar, because I've met more
Oh, she's gone mute again. Eunice?
Yes. What I wanted to say is what I don't like that men do is they constantly say that we women are strong. And I think when they do say that, it's kind of like putting this kind of responsibility and burden on us. So by them making us strong, it's kind of, a default that we don't rely and depend on them. So I wish guys would stop saying how strong Black women are, because I noticed they don't say that about other race of women.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. But it depends how he perceives strong, doesn't it? Because I mean, strong for what? Are you strong enough to hold down the fort if I die early and I leave you with the children and a little bit of money? Are you strong enough to be there for me when I become unemployed and I'm looking for a job? Are you strong enough for me when I'm the victim of racism, consistent racism, and I need a support channel to look after me, to hold me up, to give me the courage to stand up in the morning and go back and fight the good fight so I can feed my family? Are you strong enough to sustain me if my unemployment lasts a year, 6 months, 5 years? Yeah. And then I look upon you now as the woman who has, I don't know, qualifications or experience to be able to go out there and hold the house for me. Are you strong enough not to emasculate me simply because I've been unemployed for a year? What does strong mean? Because normally the real meaning of a strong Black woman, a woman that has been through a journey of suffering but has never changed the essence of who she is. That's what a strong Black woman is supposed to be. Yeah.
I feel
Black
when they
guys
say
get a lot
strong,
of,
I feel
yeah.
when they're saying strong, they're being dismissive of our pain. Like if they cause us pain, they'll be like, "Oh, you're strong. You can handle it." So I feel like it's usually when something negative happens to us and they feel like we should be able to take it. All the things that you mentioned, those are positive things, and we don't mind being strong for that. But I notice when Black men usually,
Yeah.
label us as strong is a way of kind of gaslighting us and being dismissive of the pain that they're causing us.
Right. Yeah.
But you
So
know what?
And
some
one thing
I
I want
think
to
maybe
say
it's the
is,
Black men that
l-
you
I
yeah.
can't hear
Auntie
her.
Flo.
one one
yeah,
thing I
I
want to
think
say
that
as well,
maybe
Black women don't.
go on, go on, go on.
Uh, one thing I want to say.
Carry
Sorry,
on,
one
carry
thing I want to say is that Black women don't need to be strong no more. We've been strong for 500 years. 500 years we've been strong fighting the slavery thing. We don't need to be strong no more. It's time for Black men to stand up. I'm sick of Black men saying, "Oh, Black women are strong. Oh, Black women can do it." Nah, fam. If if there is a movement, I don't want to see Black women faces. It's time for Black men to stand up. Full stop. Full stop. Look at this girl. Look
Okay,
at the girl got raped in the black movement.
okay,
That
Ines,
needs to
I
stop,
understand.
fam.
That's your name, isn't
Black
it?
men, you need to stand up. Yes.
Yeah, Ines, I understand what you mean. Okay, I understand what you mean, but the thing is that you can't mix your apples and your onions in the same thing. Maybe it's the fact that it's a karmic issue where you meet those type of men, and that's the message that you're getting. Sometimes too, I'm sorry to tell you that prayer works because when you keep attracting the same type, you need to sit back and ask yourself some serious questions and start to pray to change it. It sounds a bit pathetic or whatever you want to call it, but I'll tell you that it works, Ines. Because at the end of the day, I have met some guys that I didn't know were married, but I felt there was something off and I couldn't put my finger on it. But somehow, circumstance has happened whereby God, a higher power, whatever you want to call it, has managed to get them out of my life. You understand? So that I don't have that I don't attract that future karma whereby you are now looking to get married and you end up getting married and you have a cheat on your hands. I don't have time for all that. You know, to me. But I mean, you're going on about being strong. There's nothing wrong with being strong, because where you are strong, he might be weak. And where he's weak, you might be strong. You know, everybody has to work in pari passu in a relationship. But the thing is also, I think that a lot of things with that goes wrong with younger women is that when you meet a guy you like, you don't actually ask essential questions. And there are 5 questions that you should always ask a man when he wants to date you. You understand? You need to know where they see themselves in 5 years' time. You need to know what their perception is about marriage and settling down. It doesn't mean that you're offering a marriage right there and there, but you have to mention the horrible word. Yeah. Do you see yourself being married in the future? You need to know where the guy is at. You need to know their moral values. Find a way to ask a question that is based around moral values. Okay. Then you also need to speak about how they see a man's role in a woman's life. You need to find all that and that people should ask on dates. It's okay to have laughter, joking, and whatever. That's good because you're gelling together. But occasionally you find a smart way to ask very fundamental questions to that person. So you know whether or not by the time you go home and lock your door, if you're going to see him again or pick up his phone call tomorrow. You need to ask those questions. And the problem is when you fail to ask a guy those type of questions, his perception of you too is affected. Women, you give, African women, you give these vibes of, oh, I'm a feminist, I'm this, I'm that, blah, blah, blah. But the way in which feminism is explained in a dictionary, a man can be a feminist. A feminist is not your idea, you understand? When the suffragists actually burnt their bras was because they were fighting for their rights to stop being second-class citizens and also have a say in politics. Now, just because you have a say in politics doesn't make you the man of the house. You know, there is nothing wrong. I swear to God, when I look at modern relationships and I look at my parents' relationship, which is one of the oldest, and I look at my grandparents' relationship, thankfully, nobody there was a polygamist. Okay, nobody there was a polygamist. Everybody stuck to their partner, and that was till death us do part. I even look at my great grandmothers and everything else. That was the same thing. Even though with some of their positions, they could have gone for polygamy because some of them are royal bloods. So they could have gone for polygamy, but there was no such thing happening within my bloodline. So it's really up to you to discuss those things with the guys that you meet. It's not all about, oh, take me to a nightclub, let's go and dance, blah, 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 blah. I heard some of you discussing twerking whilst I was trying to reconnect myself. And to me personally, the thing about twerking is black guys are a bit are hypocrites. They find it more tolerable in a white woman trying to do it, even though she cannot disconnect her ass from her hips. That's the funny thing. In public, white women don't know how to move. Let's be honest. Most of them don't really know how to dance. You know, the hips is connected to the ass, is connected to the knee joint, is connected. Everything is actually stiff, you know. Whilst black people can undulate, we can disconnect from our own skeleton, and you don't know how we do it, but that's the way we were born to do it. You understand? But for me, would I twerk in public? No, I would not, because I believe that twerking is for me and my husband only. So twerking will probably be something involved in my wedding, for instance, because I will have to. You understand? Because if my husband wants a traditional wedding, I know that my family members, they don't just want the church wedding. I know that some of them would encourage me to try and consider the traditional one. Then yeah, I can bend down and swing that backside if I have to and go and pick up my husband from a crowd of people who are dressed similar to him. That's not a problem. But for me to do it in a nightclub, you lie, because that guy will now be overexcited, thinking that yes, These babes can flex, so what would she be like in bed and all that happening? You are going to treat me with respect even when we don't close up together. I don't care if you pitch a tent, but you're going to show self-control. That's just simple and short. You know what I mean? Because guys are built for disappointment. There is nothing wrong. When a woman says no to a guy, there's five others there that will say yes. That's why I keep telling my guy friends, I'm a tomboy. So I say, hey, you people are built for disappointment anyway. So if I say no, you will turn around. There's some other babes that are not bad looking. Maybe one of them will say yes. And I can give you examples of, adventures like that have happened with some of my male friends when we've gone clubbing together. I mean, there was even one girl, she shall remain nameless, who agreed to sleep with my friend for £50 because she wanted a pair of shoes. So that goes to show you. You understand what I mean? There you go. People have to have values. And the problem with society today is that people have lost their values. And also for African girls who want to settle down, I strongly recommend that you stop giving guys mixed signals and mixed messages about feminism. There is nothing wrong. The first question your parents ask the man you bring home, oh, I want to marry your Pekin and all this, is what is it? What is the first question? Isn't it, can you afford to look after my Pekin in the style I'm looking after her? That's the question that parents ask. That is the question. So you should not be embarrassed to even have the finance conversation with your partner. You should not be, because then you find out what your roles are. Today is modern society. Things are a bit different. Things are a bit hard. And with COVID-19 now, probably you will not get a guy who works for.
We have lost her again.
Unfortunately, we can't hear her again, but a lot of things that I'm reading in the chat room here, people just seem to like this twerking topic, and I'm just reading comments that cracking me up real hard. I'm just laughing here by myself. So
Where's
now let's
Tigress?
African Tigress is here. We're talking, so I'm glad that we are bringing up all these topics, the things that men do that we do not like. So let's continue, keep bringing, even in the chat room, I'm reading and pinning them so that we can discuss them on the panel. So definitely make use of the GoFundMe button. Just $1 from every one of us here tonight will push us further. So whatever it is you can afford, $1 is not too small to donate. Just make your donations. Let's get this equipment. You have 114 people in the house. Just imagine that each one of us drop a dollar, it will go a long way towards meeting the goal. So thank you, like I said, thank you so much for the donation so far. You all are amazing. I appreciate all of you. I'll be doing special appreciations and shout out in my subsequent videos and on my community tab. You'll be having special honorary appreciations on my community tab. So I will ask you to send pictures. For those of you who would not mind, you send your pictures and I'll put it up there, special appreciations and all other things. So definitely keep making your donations. Let's get this equipment. Very important that we get this equipment as soon as possible. Yeah, so yes, Ines' hand is up. Ines, go on.
Yeah, can I just say something? What
Yeah.
Auntie just said. When I said about black called the black movement. I don't have a problem with the black movement stuff, but to be honest, I would never go and protest because we've been doing that for 60 years and nothing has changed. The same thing happening, the killing and stuff. And one thing I want to also say is that um about the femininity and stuff, like black white men, white women's and other races of women that are using their femininity, and we as black women we are not using it. We are not using it. So the fact that when black men say, oh, black women needs to be strong, black women needs to strong, this needs to stop. I don't want to be strong no more. Black man, I want you guys to be in front
Eh? I don't want to see other black women facing the front of any movement, especially the feminine. I don't like femininity. That just pisses me off because it's not the black men are oppressing us. You black white men and white women are oppressing us. So, and the fact that
Is she frozen too?
um it's time for us black women needs to use our femininity because we never got the chance to use our femininity. It's always been the white woman go there and start doing those, flipping her hair. We are there focus on how we could save other black women, and black men are being killed by the police. So it's time for us black women to use our femininity. That's all I wanted to say. And twerking, like I said, is not a bad thing. If you want to shake your ass, shake your ass. So if you have to be thankful for what mama gave it to you, that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Grace, we can't hear you.
So,
Is your mic?
so
Okay.
yeah, I just remember. So what happens is each time I put on the AC, there's a noise that comes from it. So I have to mute myself. Then sometimes I forget to mute myself when I want to speak. So the thing is, some people do not see any problem with twerking, but the truth is, some men, African men, would say, "Oh, I don't want my woman twerking and all of that." But when they see someone twerking out there, they are looking at her like, "Oh, okay," and they are enjoying the twerking. But someone came up with a solution, said twerk in the room, twerk on the bed. So if you must twerk, you should twerk for him. Or you want to twerk for yourself, stay in the room and twerk somewhere. Not everybody wants to see you twerking, but we've also agreed that there are traditional African dance styles that twerking is incorporated in a traditional way that is acceptable. So someone said they know traditional African twerking and the erotic twerking that is seen on Western media, understood and agreed. So there's always a distinction. When you see the traditional African twerking, and the modern one we see on Western media, we also know. So let's continue. We're talking about the things that men do, men of African descent do, that women of African descent do not like. And someone made a comment earlier when we were talking about the women wanting partnership and equality. And that's something I wanted us to also talk about. For you on the panel, what do you think? I know definitely that the aspect of partnership is what many women look uh, forward to in a relationship. The fact that we have to all bring to the table, contribute our part to make the relationship work. And if it eventually ends in marriage, of course, it takes a long lifetime partnership to make the family work, raising children and all of that. But about equality, that's where I know that some people differ, because if you are talking about equality, then that means you're suggesting that you should bring, say, 50-50 to the table in order to make sure it works. So when one falls short of contributing that 50%, sometimes because they really can't afford the 50%, be it in terms of character, be it in terms of using the initiative or finances, then problems begin to come up in the relationship. So definitely partnership is accepted, it's okay, but then the part of equality is where I know that some people have issues. That's where people begin to push for, okay, so let there be a room for what you call it, a room for compromise, so that when the person can afford a 50-50, the one that can afford maybe 60-40, 70-30, you can all bring to bear in the relationship and still make it work. But again, like I'm asking, what do you think on the panel? Those of you on the panel, what do you think about partnership and equality? Is it something that you expect your man to do all the time, like to contribute, say, 50-50, or he must always contribute more than you do in every sense of the word in the relationship? So let's start with Aunt Flo. If your microphone is working now, African Tigress, if you are there, let me know so that when you want to make contribution. Yeah, so let's start with you. What do you have to say about equality and partnership in relationship? Is that what you expect from a man? A man that would be interested in you, you know.
Good question. Relationships are diverse. Some people might be comfortable with that type of arrangement, and then some might not. But there's absolutely no way I'm going to be providing 50-50 and still the man expecting me to do all the house chores and all those things that they put, like they've kind of branded to be the woman duties. So if that's the case, if I'm gonna do all that, then he has to provide 100%. So I don't expect that, because I always see it, and I always see it. I don't agree with patriarchy. Besides, a lot of African communities were matriarchal, so I don't agree with that. Personally, I don't believe in that. Me providing 50-50 and still doing everything else, cleaning, doing our laundry, doing what? I mean, the context is very different. Most African homes, actually, I think more than 90% of the people start things to do like cleaning laundry. People do it with their hands, unlike what these machines and all that. So, hapana, I don't agree with that. It has to be, there has to be, for me, it has to be, so there has to be some sort of fairness. But most often when I talk about this, a lot of it's quite, because I've talked about it, and it's quite unfortunate. It's that women would be like, "Oh, if your mom did what," but that was her. Me, I'm different, and I believe every relationship is different. So it's upon me and the person that, or my partner, to agree on how we are going to do those things. But then I would not expect anybody to push their opinion on me, and I don't push my opinion, especially on matters relationship. I don't push my opinion on anybody, and I don't expect every other woman to be like me. The same way I don't expect, the same way I don't expect other women to start, saying, "Oh, you shouldn't. Oh, you're a woman. Oh, you need to do." No, 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 no. Relationships are different. What I'll do with my partner is nobody else's business, and that's why it's so hard for me to generally make a list of things that I can say, "Oh, black men need to stop doing this," because maybe some of the things that they are doing, there's some women who love that, then that's okay. So I can never like really come up with a list of rules and say like, "Oh, they must be this, they must be that." So you choose what you want. If I see a black man and what he does or what he likes is not what I like, what am I doing with him? Like, and it's something that he's not like, and most often I don't even like really focus so much on trying to change a person, because for somebody who's grown all those years without you and there is something that is in their habit or character, trying to change it is hard. Me, I don't believe that I can pray for somebody to change. I don't believe that I'll go on my knees, pray, and the person changes. No, I don't believe that. Just get what works for you. Like, if it's not working, if you know you guys, like, you don't agree on stuff, that's it. Like, move, like, try to find somebody who matches, because I believe in this world there are all types of men as well. So you can always get what you want. So yeah, it's fairness. It has to be, for me, it's fairness. So if fairness to you means doing 50-50 baby bills, doing 50-50 house calls, raising babies 50-50, then that's fine, if that's what's working for you. So that's my take on that.
Thank you so much. Thanks, sis, for your contribution. These people are just cracking me up in the comment section here. Someone is saying, "Guys, hustle, oh, money solves many of or these dislikes." It's not true. Money doesn't solve everything, my brother. There are things that you would do with all your money, your woman would work out on you, because it's just totally unacceptable. I know that today's show is strictly for women, but my brother Nakmizi is in the waiting area, so please, ladies, just indulge me to add him. I know he has some things on his chest he wants to air, so indulge me to add him. Let him make his contribution briefly,
Okay.
because today is women. Nakmizi, you have just you have 3 minutes.
You didn't add us last.
I'm sorry,
What you say?
please just indulge in that. Means you have 3 minutes and then you'll be off, because it's about women today. So your time starts now.
I'm here to be your punching bag, ladies. Like, bring it to me. Like, there you go. Last week, I was on and I was talking about that the show was a little too male centric, because like African Tigress said, it was like, I don't know, like we're pointing fingers at what women wear, what women do, and things of that nature. I'm more of an accountability person, right? So if we're gonna talk about what women don't like about black men, I think black men have to give women better choices. Okay, So we're going to talk about the mothers. A lot of the sisters were in agreement with the fact that you can't raise a young son as a boyfriend and treat him like a boyfriend, or sometimes even like a daughter, and then send him out, because what you're doing is just sending a toxic young man that's going to marry someone else, and we're going to continue this cycle. So what it is black men need to give black women better choices. Black women need to choose a good man so they can follow that man's lead. I do believe in the patriarchy. So, you know, my job as a husband is to not only provide, but to provide a way in case when I'm off of this earth, that my wife can still provide for my children and herself when I'm gone. So I don't preach dependence on any man. I have a daughter. So what I teach my daughter is make your own money. So then you have the opportunity to choose a good man and not just any piece of trash that comes your way. And I don't like twerking, by the way. I am disgusted by twerking. Like, to me, I'm traumatized because my stepfather took me to a strip club. It wasn't a strip club. It was a bachelor party, and it turned me off. And I've always felt like, look, that's something that should be private. And if a woman is going to be out there busting it open, so to speak, then, you know, what kind of wifey material is she making herself? So all the thirsty dudes in the chat talking about twerk this and twerk that, ask yourself, would you like your daughter to be out there twerking? You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to leave y'all with this. To all my sisters on the panel, if you get a DM from a brother and it has goddess, queen, run. That is the Hotep way of sliding in your DMs and trying to play on the whole pro-black thing. That's why when a sister said, I don't like speaking to men on the street, I agree with her, because black men are not in a position right now to be approaching women, because when they get turned down by women, a lot of us act in an aggressive way. So I say until black men get to a point where they can take responsibility and treat the black woman who birthed you with respect, I would say black women, don't show too many teeth, be a woman and work on yourself before you're thinking about getting with some man that ain't master his own self. All right, peace.
Thank you so much, Nafmizi. I appreciate your contribution. So, sisters, you've heard him. When you get those DMs that says, hey, Empress, hey, Queen, hey, you should not answer. You should turn it down. Is this? I get a
What
lot
if
of
we're
that.
bored?
So now,
What if we're bored and we want to, you know, just have a little bit of fun?
yeah.
Too?
Yeah, you're playing with fire then. You're playing with fire. I'm a dude. I'm a man. So I'll
Or
tell you.
maybe he's playing with fire. Maybe he's playing with fire.
That's true. As a woman, you have the ultimate say so. So he can go as far as you allow him to go, you know. But like we said, we don't want to give a lot of our brothers are immature and they don't know how to. So it's a sad thing that a lot of black women can't even smile at a brother now without the brother taking it like, yo, she likes me, you know. So until our brothers start learning to respect our women to a point of that we get up here, I would say that the women should move with caution. That's it. I've been in the backdoor conversations with the brothers when they see a sister walking past, and what they say about the sister, which is why with my wife, it might sound a little feminine, sexist or whatever, but I'm very conscious of what she wears, because while she should be able to wear anything in the street, I understand that there's a lot of brothers out there that's going to take that the wrong way. So I say dress appropriately to the situation. If you're going to a ball where a tight-fitting dress is needed, then do that. If you're going to the office, wear office attire. That's it. I don't want to take all y'all stuff up, but if y'all got some heat for the brothers, bring it to me and I'll deal with it if I can.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Definitely, I know you are still in the chat room. So when we have the heat, we are going to bring it on you, and you come take it up, because some people have been asking me if men can also call in, but I don't want men up on the show because you had your day last week. Today is our day, so taking you off now, Nakmisi. Just hanging in the chat room. When we need you, we bring you back. All right, welcome. We have a sister of Success Nation. Success Nation, you're welcome. Let's have your take. What is it that men of African descent do that you, as a woman of African descent, you dislike? Oh, Success Nation. I can't hear you, Success.
Just unmute her mic.
Hi. I was saying, nice to be on your platform finally. I watch your show. I support all my sister. That's my sister right there, African Tigress. We're always there. I'm so happy to see her here. I'm happy to be on your show as well. But going into the
Thank
question,
you.
I think like African Tigress said earlier, I agree with her that okay, if I'm gonna do the things that the men do, is like if I'm gonna work and pay the bills also with you, then I need you to help me with the dishes. I need you to help me to cook. I need you to help me to if we're going to do this 50-50 working thing, for me, I would personally have my husband be my man to be the home provider. Like I said, paying all the bills, you pay all the bills, you yes, pay all the bills and I'll do the housework. I'll cook, I will clean, I will take care of the children. Pretty much what the woman role is, I will play that role as long as I don't have to go clock in. But now if I have to go and clock in, okay, now we're on a whole nother dimension. Now I'm clocking in. Therefore, you got to clock in on the other side too. Because I'm flipping over to your side, then I need you to flip over to my side. Now start washing some dishes, start cooking. Okay. If you see the mess on the floor, pick it up. Make the bed when we wake up in the morning, because we both have to share this now 50-50. But if he's just going to work and he's doing all of that, I will pick up the other things and I will do it. But if he expect me to do 100%, which would be clock in and then take care of that household, no, I can do 100%. That means the woman is doing 100%, and a lot of time in a lot of homes, the women are putting in 100%. And then I don't know what happened to the men's percentage because of the fact that if the woman is clocking in at the job and then she's clocking in at the house, and the husband is only clocking in at the job, then she's doing 100%. And if you do that, then that's what would make a lot of women say, then I might as well do this by myself. Because if I'm working, paying the bills, paying half of the rent, paying half of the electricity bill, and then I have to come home and do all of this, then why do I need a man? You see? So we have to, for me personally, that if African man, you say African man, right? I'm not married to an African man, so I'll just say men in general, you know. I would just say men in general, if I will have to be 50-50 here, then I expect you to be 50-50. So personally for me, I work. Okay, I currently work. My husband works. But I expect my husband to be able to help me in the household. Like when it's time to cook, the days that I'm tired, I need him to help me to cook. The day that I'm really, 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 really tired, I need him to help me to sweep. If you see a mess, he sweep. If there's a dishes in the sink, and most of the time I'll get it before him. But if I'm not able to get it, I expect him to be like, okay, I know that she's tired. Let me go and wash that dishes for her. Or let's say on the weekend, most weekend, my husband is off. And throughout the week, I will take care of the children. But on the weekend, it's his time for him to bathe the children, put the children to bed. So I rest. So we have to, balance each other, because the woman can only do so much. Like the other sister was saying about women being feminine. We want to feel feminine too. Because if I'm taking all this load, I'm like a macho woman. I don't want to be a macho woman. Sometimes I just want to be relaxed. I just want to lay down in my bed and get on this show. You see? I just want to have time for myself and engage in conversations that are important to me. But I can't do that if my husband is not able to balance me out, or if I'm not able to balance my husband out. And he can't hang out with his friends or do what it is that men love to do if I can't balance him out. You understand? So I think it's, I don't know if I'll call it 50-50, but help me and I help you and we do this together.
All right.
All right.
Grace, can I add something? Just something small on
Okay.
that. Okay.
African Tigress, go just because you spoke first. Once you're done, then Aunt Flo is going to have the floor.
Okay, yeah, just adding on that, something little on that, because I've seen some people mentioning, according to the Bible, this and that. And personally, I don't know. I don't know who stated which where it's stated that it's the responsibility of the woman to do all those house chores that have society, like in some societies it's believed that it's for women, because I see a lot of people talking about, but it's your role, it's your what as a woman and stuff like that. And I don't believe that if people are going to get into marriage, they should go with that attitude. So I'm a man, oh, I'm the woman, and all that. It should be like your friend. You're doing things because you want to, or you're doing it because you're doing it for the person that you've decided to be with. And on the issue of a woman was created, Christians would say woman was created to be the helper of the man. So what is help? Help, when I say Grace, I want you to help me. I mean, it's like from yourself, like from within you. We all know what help is. Help is not a responsibility. So when men try to make it look like, because you're a woman, you need, especially African, continental African men. Well, especially I'll speak for Kenya because I've seen it a lot. They say, then why are you marrying? Even the Bible says that you're my helper. But I ask, what is the definition of help? When you're talking about help is not a responsibility. It's not a duty. Help is something that someone does when they feel like, or when they want to give. So it's not a responsibility, it's not a duty. So that is one of the ways that people have really misinterpreted it, especially misinterpreting a woman being a helper. Yeah.
That's true.
All right. So, Aunt Flo, you have the floor. Speak. Eunice, Aunt Flo, you have the floor now. Speak. Okay, seems she's not on the show. So I have some people in the waiting room. Sharon, if you have anything to say, or I might just take you off so that I can, because I can have only 6 people at a time. I have someone waiting in the chat room, in the waiting room to come up on the show. So Sharon. Okay, I think she can hear me. I'll take her off briefly and then add someone else, just because that's the health light. Welcome on the show, the health light.
Yes, hi, Grace. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're welcome. Yes, I
You can
can
hear
hear
me?
you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't know how. I'm not that good. I don't know how to turn the picture around so I could see you. But my contribution for today's conversation is this. Again, I heard another lady, she was talking about it depends on your age. How about love? How about a feeling that a man gives you because he's polite? He's a gentleman. He remembers about opening the door. He remembers without you prompting him to pick up things. Little things like that. I think it's good to intellectualize this and consider, like if a man is going to spend money and a woman is fully independent. Well, to be honest with you, I think that's the fault of the woman. I really do. Because a man, in my mind, they would interpret it this way. Well, what does she need me for? Because she's got it. She could do it. So there comes a point where we as women, we have to discern in our own minds the other person's behavior based on what we're doing. I'm not putting fault on women. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying it's a very tricky game because we're looking for somebody for a variety of reasons, maybe to be a companionship, someone to talk to. Men need women to talk to. I mean, as a friend. And I think to some extent, from what I've observed, in general, men typically select women initially because of some kind of reminder of what their mother's like. So the other lady who made a contribution by stating that or I think the gentleman about how you're raising your son. To be a smart woman, you need to find out and investigate what kind of mother he has. Then you could kind of like discern, because in theory, a woman can really mold a man into what she would like for him to be in terms of interaction. Again, depending on the age, we got to go back to age. Men are sometimes broken in badly. So you need to know how that relationship went with the previous woman. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Yes.
So what do you think about that?
Well, I think personally, unlike African African Tigress is more forward and just direct. You have to be like this, and that's okay. But there are people who are more forgiving. There are people who are more accommodative of some shortcomings that some men come with. Personally, I think I consider myself as such a person who is more accommodating and more understanding to some extent. That doesn't mean I'm going to excuse all of your, shortcomings. I understand that we are all flawed as human beings. So even when we started the conversation, we had a conversation about when you meet a man who has had negative experiences, you could help the person to get help, like referring them to go for professional counseling and therapy and all of that. But you can only do that to an extent. You can't
Yeah.
you really can't change everybody, like African Tigress also said. So you also need to understand where you can tolerate the person to the extent that you can tolerate them to. So when you feel like you've given too much and you can't give anymore, you definitely make a decision to either stick with the person or to let go. you know yes, when a man treats you right and makes you feel appreciated, makes you feel valued, makes you feel um, respected, it's a good feeling and it's a good place to be with a person. But when you're not getting that in a relationship, obviously, then there needs to be conversation, there needs to be work that should be done to fix that. But if that can't be fixed, then you know, there's no need. There's really no need. So for me, I feel like in relationships, I believe in a place of compromise. I believe in a place in patience with the person. And I would say that because in my previous relationships I did that, but somehow it didn't really work for me. So for now I'm a little less patient and I'm a little less accommodating of all of those shortcomings. Like Aunt Flo said earlier, it's not about just being in a relationship, it's not about dating and all. You're looking at the value that the person has to add to your life, to whatever it is you do. you know
Mm.
what are Do you see that person fitting in the role that they should play as a father, a husband, a friend, and all of that? If they do not fit in, then there's definitely no point,
Yes.
investing so much in such a
The
person or in such a
culture,
relationship.
I'm not familiar, but the culture of men from Nigeria would be quite different than the culture, let's say, for instance, of a man from Jamaica or say America. We're speaking about cultural, but they all identify with one thing. They know if this woman who they're going to see, if it's for a game or if it's for real. So I'm saying that it's not like a man, we could discuss all day long what we dislike about a man, yet we have to understand too that we're interacting to demonstrate what it is we want, and then they're going to get the clue from that as to what we want. In other words, a man told me that a woman is really the one who makes the ultimate decision. We get fooled, we get tricked. Maybe a guy just wants a woman just for that night, I don't know. But you should be able to, or one who's experienced would be able to discern, what is this guy up to? Because I heard the other commentator, she was saying that this gentleman, he met this lady and it was one night and they're still together. So it's all a matter of your own life experience, but we have our own individual things that makes us, that lift us up, that lifts up our spirit, that makes us happy. In addition to that, to complement us, because really and truly, in a sense, you could say that we're complimenting them because of how we are. how we look, how our intellect is. We're carrying something to the relationship, just like he's carrying something to the relationship. And again, it could be just a personality thing. What I noticed, not well, I met somebody from Africa, and I remember when I met him, he asked me to marry him. I think it was like the second day. I was like, why are you asking me to marry you? I just met you. He said, because I like the way you smile. I was like, wait a minute. And I found out he was a prince. I didn't know that because he had the certain scars. I was like, well, okay, all right. Say if I go along with this, would I be the first wife? He said, nah. I said, forget it, because I know I don't mind participating, but I want to be the one to make the decisions about the other person that's going to be in the family. So based off of that, I stepped back. It's all about financing and responsibility, because we cannot have sex with somebody and then say, oh my God, I really don't have any soap. This guy should be able to see what your situation is. Although you might be able, because I heard what you said, Grace, you might be able to purchase all the soaps in the store, but what you're telling that man is, oh, don't worry about it. I can take care of everything. It'll be all right. So again, I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying it's an interaction. Because, if a guy's going to play the principal part as being the person, the caretaker, the provider, because really and truly, that is really the role. In my mind, that is really the role of a man, is to be the caretaker. I think all women, we agree with that. But now we got to look at, is this somebody I really like to be around? Does he make me laugh? Does he have a sense of humor? Can he lift again, back to the spirit, can he lift up my spirit? Because you could have all the money, all the value, but oh my God, I want to go see somebody else because he's not nourishing my soul with happiness. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if I brought a different perspective to the conversation. I'm hopeful that I have.
Right. Yes, I agree. Someone is just cracking me up. Kelly just have a way of making me laugh. Look at the comment she dropped. I just saw it. When you talked about you can afford the soap, all the soap in the store and all. So she said, right, you get one soap without bleaching agent in it, then leave. So just even if you can afford all the soaps, just pick the one without the bleaching agent and leave. You don't have to buy all of it. So I know just trying to make us laugh and all. Thank you, Kelly. You always bring the humor to the whole conversation, and it's so much appreciated. So yeah, that's the thing is.
The title of your show today is for us women to express what we dislike about men, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's it.
Can I add something? Because I think before
Yes.
you asked the question of, if a relationship should be 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was that a question? I don't remember. I know we were talking something about that.
Yes,
And
it
what
was
I don't.
the question. We're talking about partnership. There was a comment somebody made about partnership and equality, the fact that she wants her man to understand the place of partnership and equality in their relationship. So I asked the question if that's the same view those of you on the panel share, especially the aspect of equality.
I wanted to add, what I don't like is when men feel like because they bring something to the table, you have to bring that exact same thing. So I feel like relationships are about wants and need. So you might want something that is different from what the man wants. You might need something that is different from what the man need. He can't assume that because he needs something in the relationship, that's the exact same thing you need. You might need something else in the relationship or want. So guys have to understand, just because they want something doesn't mean you want the same thing. So if they want sex, you might not want sex. You might need someone to provide for you financially. So if they're bringing sex, they can't assume, okay, sex is going to be good enough for the both of us, because that might not be what you want in the relationship. So that's one thing that I think guys should start looking into. Just because they're in the relationship for sex doesn't mean the woman is in the relationship for sex, even though sex is pleasurable for everyone.
Okay, I love this comment here. Yes,
Not
so it
really.
goes back to the place of communication. You communicate with them and you express your needs, your desires, and expectations. So if that person is going to give you what you are looking for, then you go on. If not, then of course you make a decision to walk away. I like what Heavenly Beautifully Black says. Bad-hearted and non-communicative man is a no. Must be affectionate and understanding. Ladies, does this resonate with you as well? Is this something uh, that turns you off, that you dislike in a man? A bad-hearted and non-communicative man. Let's start with African Tigress. Seems you want to speak.
Obviously, if somebody is has a bad heart, I mean, like, that's a wicked person. Nobody wants to be the wicked person. And of course, communication, there has to be a way of communication. Also, communication does not mean I want to talk the whole day from morning to evening. I'm just on call and like 24/7. I can't breathe. I can't do anything because of communication. Let's have a plan. Let's have a plan on how we're going to talk. I'm so busy. I don't think I can be
Yeah.
or available 24/7 when it comes to communication. But I think in this case, you can talk of communication maybe in the sense like if there's something important that needs to be spoken about, yes, it's important that people speak about it. And also, it should not be in a way that, it's like, oh, where are you every time? Where are you? What are you doing? Where are you? What are you doing? It's annoying. Where are you? What are you doing? Oh, why are you not responding to my messages immediately? Oh, you've read my message and you're not responding. What's up? Like, that's very annoying. That's very annoying. If that's, I'd rather not communicate and just talk once a day than just having somebody nagging in terms of wanting to waste the whole day just communicating, chatting, back and forth in case there's, in case you're not together. Like in that moment when you're apart, all the time you just have to be on your phone because the person is going to text. I mean,
Right. Ines, Ines, unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I don't have a lot to say on that question, but I wanted to say something. I wanted to bring something. Is that okay?
Okay, then just hold on. Just hold on what you want
Okay.
to say. Let's go around. This is Eunice. I saw your hand up. You want to say something about this? That's Eunice.
Oh, about what? I thought that I already spoke.
Yeah,
Is
about
a
the
new
bad-hearted
question?
and non-communicative man.
Oh no, we don't want that.
Okay.
No, 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 no. Yeah, I agree. We don't want a bad-hearted man who doesn't know how to communicate.
Right. Um, Aunt Flo, do you want to say something about this?
Well, yeah, because I mean, how do you get to know if somebody's bad-hearted? You need to communicate with them from the first time you meet, don't you? You need to talk to them. That's how you find out people's values. That's why I don't understand how the American lady misunderstood what I was saying, because every value I was talking about has to do with love. I said I don't have time to date. That means that I don't have time to play games. So basically, I'm looking for somebody with the same values as myself. From there, we can build on something to fall in love. But do I have to spell everything out? We're all over the age of 21. I don't think it's really necessary for me to go through every ABCD of relationships, so that you can understand me. And as for 50-50, African Tigress has a view, but for me, 50-50 depends on what the 50-50 is. 50-50 doesn't necessarily has to mean that I have to match you financially in the house. Let's be honest, because if a woman falls pregnant, who's going to most likely lose their job or leave their job to look after the child is the woman. You understand? Whilst the husband carries on going to be the hunter. So it's not realistic to have two kings in the same cloth. Because if I'm wearing trousers and you're wearing the trousers, why am I marrying you? You understand? The man is supposed to be the head of the house, fair enough, but the neck on which the head stands is also very important. So I am not going to be a half-mad marriage to satisfy your inadequacies. That's not going to happen. The man is going to be the provider. That's what they call him in the Bible. They call him in the Gosho. They call him in the Quran. That's what they call him in every holy book you've ever read. That's what a man is supposed to be. So you're not going to come into a relationship with me personally. Other women who like to go 50-50, that's their business. Me, I don't go 50-50 with any man, and I've never had to. All my ex-boyfriends have always been providers. Thank you, Jesus. But I also knew that I didn't want to marry them. That was the funny thing. I also knew that they were not my future husband when I was dating them. And these were long-term relationships. I'm talking 3 years, 7 years, and stuff like that. I also knew it. Yeah, I liked the guy. But did I see him as the future father of my children? No, I didn't. You understand? We're all entitled to make mistakes. And right now, this is the 21st century. You are more likely to meet people over the age of 25 who are damaged than to meet people who are still looking forward to having that first romantic flush because they've had disappointment. Everybody comes into relationships with baggage. That's the first reality we all need to accept. You understand? But there's some people, the difference between winners and losers in relationships and in the quest for love are people who decide that they've learned something valuable from the bad relationship they've had, but choose to move on to a better relationship whilst bearing in mind the lessons that they have learned from the previous one. Sometimes it's unfortunate. In life, you find that some real guys meet bitches, and these women destroy these guys for you. So by the time they meet you, they can't see the wood for the trees. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? Then you have to make a lot of effort to prove to him that you are also as genuine as he expects you to be. That's the thing. Some women too come from damaged relationships as well, and people have to be willing to not only get rid of their luggage, but open themselves up to a new experience and a new relationship. So, I mean, when I was talking about the feminism thing, feminism, not femininity, there's a difference. The feminism thing, that's that thing where sometimes some women tend to act like men in a relationship. Because the definition of feminism in a dictionary means that a man too can be a feminist. Okay? That's really it. It's not the way that girls that I am not much of a feminist. I am just opinionated. I'm an opinionated Black woman. That's why I know that I cannot marry a traditional African man. We go die in the house together because I have too many opinions to give about certain things. I am not a naga, but I know my character. You understand? If I think you're doing something wrong and I want to discuss it, I am going to discuss it. So I need a man who is equally as strong as myself and who also can take my personality and my character in the house because I am going to discuss it. I am not the meek, oh, what do you want today, darling? Okay, tell me how high to jump, darling. I'm not that type. My boss has a wife like that where she would go shopping and even to buy, she would call me to ask her husband if she could spend the 15 pounds on the salt beef. And I mean, it came to a point where the woman started to annoy me. And one day I just told her point blank, I said to her, did he give you a bank account? And she went, yes. I said, did he give you a checkbook with that? She went, yes. Do you get a credit card or a bank card to match that? She went, yes. I said, do you have sufficient money in the bank? She went, yes. So I said to her, you know what to do then, don't you? Stop calling. I was point blank that. When my boss came to ask me about it, I told him, listen, you hired me you didn't hire me to babysit your wife. Okay? So if your wife can go shopping and then want to always consult with you on every penny she spent, she's got issues. She seriously got issues. So from there on, my boss just looked at me. At first, he wasn't too happy, but he looked at me, but he understood what I was trying to say. If you know that your husband eats salt beef and there's no salt beef in the house, or you buy it. You understand? Just buy it. If it's in the fridge and it's there and it's not in the mood, well, tough, eat it yourself. Simple and short. Don't call the office all the time when we've got other things to do. What kind of a woman are you? You understand? I'm that sort of personality. I don't have time for it. I am a woman. I can jack up my car. I can change the tire and all that. But I'll tell you one great favor that one of my exes did for me at one point. And he actually helped me change the essential part of my character that was obviously not working in the relationship. I was so independent minded that I remember I moved into a new flat in Kensington. So it's a bit like, you can call it Banana Island of England. Yeah. And that night I knew that he'd forgotten I was moving. So a friend of mine was helping me. Everything else, we moved everything in. So that night when he calls me, I'm telling him I'm moving. And he goes to me, why didn't you call me to remind me, blah, blah, blah. But the way my older self was looking at it was like, hey, look, my friend, we already discussed it a long time ago, like last week, and I reminded you, and you were the one who was supposed to send the van. I don't see why I need to call you to remind you that that's what's happening if you really gave a damn. Okay, that was really my mindset at the time. So I said to him, listen, since you didn't call me and I had things to do, I just decided to get on with it. So the next day he comes in and everything else. I still hadn't set up the bed. I still hadn't sorted out the boxes and everything. So he comes to make up for it. He takes me shopping. We put, food in the fridge, blah, 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 all those things. Then the next thing was he likes lamb chops, particularly if he has to eat Oyibo food, he likes lamb chops. So he goes in the kitchen and decides to do his lamb chops and everything else for our lunch. And I decide to go and set up this massive bed all by myself. So when he comes out of the bedroom and he looks at me to tell me that lunch is ready, he looks at the bedroom and he goes, why didn't you call me to get me to help you to fix the bed? So at first, in my mind, I was like, well, is this guy an idiot? Do I look like I'm handicapped or whatever? I got on with it. I didn't disturb him. What's his problem? That's really what I was thinking in my heart of hearts. But he didn't know that. So I decided that wisdom, don't say anything. Yeah. But eventually it kept playing on my mind that what is the guy insinuating? What is the guy trying to tell me? Then eventually I got it. Months later, I got what my ex-boyfriend was trying to tell me at the time. What he was trying to teach me was that a man likes to be depended on. Mm-hmm. So even though he's not saying that I can't do that job myself, he's saying that when he's there for me, I should also take advantage of him to fix things for me. But it took me months to understand what he was saying. And I wasn't understanding it, you see. So that's how people have to try and give people chances, because you learn from each other. You know what I mean? I don't know about these overly damaged people. All I say is that you've got to be your own inner warrior. The best way to triumph over your enemy, which could be an ex-girlfriend and a bad ex-wife, a bad ex-husband, is to live well. That is the best revenge. So that means that you need to forgive yourself for having made a mistake and be willing and prepared to move on so you can meet the other better person for you. Because sometimes people have to go through these journeys. Failing in a relationship doesn't mean that you're a lousy human being. It just means that God wanted you to learn some lessons to prepare you for things in the future. It could be that learning to be betrayed in a relationship will make you a better boss in the future, because you will have more understanding and empathy for the people who work with you and for you. Those are also qualities. In failure, there are lessons to be learned that help you with success. So it could be failure at anything. It could be relationship. It could be business. It could be anything. It could be school and whatever. There are lessons to be learned. But until you get to a certain age of maturity, people don't realize that those are the things that they needed to have. You understand? Because, the best way I can put it is like, before you can sell gold to its true value, you understand? You need to put it through fire to purify it. So when human beings go through trials and tribulations in their lives, it's not to destroy them, it's to actually make them better person. So the difference between the winner and the loser is your attitude when you meet adversity in life. Some people pick themselves up and carry on. Some other people allow the hurt, the pain, the betrayal, the failure to destroy them, and then they lie down and play dead and just exist. You understand? So the better people are the ones who actually stand up and think, you know what? I made a mistake. Yeah, I was looking for a partner. I got the wrong partner. I didn't look at values, because divorce teaches you things. I was working in the courts and I could see the reasons why these people actually failed in their marriage. And most of the reason why is because love was not in there in the first place. Some people mistake lust and sex for love, and it is not love. You understand? So last time I remember you had a program and I used the term, the person who will take a bullet for you. That is what true love is the person who is willing to take a bullet for you. Because sometimes you cannot, some women expect to enjoy with a man once he has already sown the seed, planted the harvest and collected it. It's not normal now. It's not normal. How many millionaires are there in the world that are single, yeah, that you can just jump on and then everything that you desire is yours? No. Also, there's some men out there, they may not have anything now, but they have a promising future. All they need is that loving, patient partner. And I'm telling you, you need to have that connection with that man. That's why I'm saying that I didn't mention love when I was saying it, because to have your true soulmate, you must connect with your soulmate. Your soulmate must be able to look at you and know what you're thinking and what you're feeling at that moment. So when you meet a guy and you go on a couple of dates, when you don't feel that connection, you know what? Don't waste your time. Don't waste your units. Move on. Okay? It's not for you. It's for somebody else. You need to be connected with that person. It's really important.
All right. Thank you so much, Aunt Flo.
That's all I have to say.
Someone is trying to respond. All right, thank you. I saw a comment that someone made. PG
That's
Rated
it.
made a comment that I pinned, but it has probably gone. I will just paraphrase it. He was talking. We were talking about I think dating, and then he asked the question that then why waste the man's time when you know he's not the one, like that's a waste of time. And then that brought me to the next thing that I think men do that women hate. I know for many women especially, and I talk mostly for the African men on the continent, because it's something that they do a lot. They come into your life, and they make you believe that this is like this relationship is heading somewhere, while you are going in the direction that they are going. All of a sudden you just hear all sort of stories and all, then eventually they are telling you, oh, I'm sorry, this can't work and all. Then you begin to ask, oh, why did you have to waste my time all this while? It made me believe that this is something that was heading somewhere. Then you suddenly turn around to say it's not going to work. I know that probably in the Western world, it might not necessarily happen this way. I don't know. That's why we have diverse perspectives here. But in Africa, it's typical, for many reasons, that a man would be with you, make you believe that this is it, this is where it's heading, and then suddenly they just wake up one morning and it's all stories, and before you know it, you are back single. African tigress. Does that happen in Kenya? Is it an experience? Is it something that is prevalent in Kenya as well?
Well,
Wasting someone's time in the name of dating.
personally, I believe it's both sides are to blame in this case. I mean, because some people just know very well, like this person is not for you, but we people might try to just convincing a person, over convincing a person to stay with you. So if somebody decides to leave, that's okay. Personally, I've never been in a situation whereby I felt like, oh, somebody turned, like changed on me. Besides, it really never bothers me if somebody decides to go, just go. So I really never stress about it. If somebody doesn't want to be with you, for somebody who's made up their mind and they say they no longer want to be with you, however much they had promised you everything, and you convince them to stay, you will never be happy. Eventually, that person will go. Come whatever happens, whether you pray or whatever, that person will go. And if they won't go, they'll be with you and they'll still be cheating. So for me, I believe like try getting it for I would just say trying to get it right from the beginning. Just know, do you feel a connection with this person, or are you trying because, oh, this person has a profile? Somebody could be like having a very good career, very good job, and everything that you probably, and is very handsome, everything that you always wanted to have, but then there's no connection. You can just clearly feel that even whenever you're in the presence of this person, you are not yourself. You have to act in a certain way in order for this person to like accept you. So if you can get somebody whom you can be naturally yourself, you connect and all that, it's really hard for such to happen. But if we get ourselves in situations whereby we feel we have to pretend, oh, he's coming to visit, so now let me arrange this and this, trying to just act, trying to create that perfect impression, I think, well, that relationship is bound to fail or not. Even if it continues, at some point in life you're going to get tired of doing all those things that you're trying to do, or you're trying to do to win a man or a woman, whatever it is on either sides. If it's a man, you'll get tired of trying to pretend doing things that you don't like just to impress a person. So yeah, so I don't believe in that a man lying to you. I mean, we should always try and have use our instincts and our connection on how you feel about a person. So yeah.
Yeah. Eunice, does it happen in the West?
I mean, it's never happened to me, but I'm very sure it does happen. They call it ghosting. That's when you're in a relationship with someone and then they just disappear and you don't hear from them again. So yes, it does happen a lot in the West.
Yeah. And I say that because it's
Mhm.
something that happens here in Africa a lot, the ghosting thing. The other day I was having a conversation with a lady. I wouldn't mention her information. So she was talking about her previous relationship, that everything was going on so fine, everything was fine. Then one day she was supposed to attend a friend's party, and the boyfriend was supposed to pick her up and then they go together. But then she kept calling the guy that day, and the guy never answered her call, never returned. But typically, what the guy would do, according to her, is when she called the guy would not answer, but then call her back. Immediately, she drops the line. But that didn't happen that day. She kept calling over and over, and the guy never answered. So eventually, the guy's friend answered the call and told her that the guy was going to call her back later. Uh, but then eventually, she discovered that her boyfriend was at the party that they were supposed to attend together. Obviously, because the guy was also dating the celebrant, who happened to also be her friend. So you see how complex it becomes. That's why the guy
Grace,
never
can you
answered
hear
her
me?
call. Yes, I can hear you. That's why the guy never
Okay,
answered her
okay.
call.
After you finish
And
your point, I
at
want to
the
respond to that. I was saying, when you finish your point, I like to respond to that and explain why that happened.
Okay, so at the end of the day, that was how the relationship ended, and everything just like the ghosting just happened on her, and that was how the relationship ended, and she was so devastated. So I don't understand why men do that. If you're with a woman and you are convinced she's not the one, then why waste her time for so long? So you said you're going to respond.
Yeah,
Listening.
men that do that, here's the situation. in general, most men do not speak. They do not verbalize their emotion. I'm not saying they don't want to, but they typically don't do that. So if you're going along in a relationship with a man, there's some kind of sign there, but we're not picking it up because we are anticipating and thinking, we're taking it for granted that he's going to be there. So it might be a shocking and alarming thing to you or any woman, but it wouldn't shock me. The reason why it wouldn't shock me is because in the back of my mind, I know that if a guy is not getting certain type of attention and certain little things, they're going to find it somewhere else in somebody else. Meaning, here's how they operate. They'll pick a young lady because she's so smart. Another one, oh, she's pretty. She's got a beautiful smile. The other one, oh, she's got a lot of money. Now, what he's trying to do is he's trying to get that one woman to have those different attributes. So if you wake up in the morning and this guy you've been with for a number of years, he gave you signs already because he was not, communicating as much. You thought he was seeing somebody. And ladies, let me tell you something. He is seeing another woman. Don't kid yourself that it's something else. That is what is going on. If another woman permits, because remember, the guy is the seeker, he's the hunter. By nature, he is the hunter. He's going to go out, hunt, see what's out there, what's available. Now, he's got you, the woman that he loves. She cooks the food well. Everything is going beautiful. But here's what happens. He, for some reason, some woman out there smiled, okay? And I'm telling you, it's just a simple thing like that. It's like, hey, I got a different kind of girl here, or, like a different kind of flavor. So I'm saying it's somewhat of a responsibility in a way. Now, let me touch on what I hate. I do not like insecure men. They are babies. They are boys in a man's body. I don't like it. Why? Because they're more than apt to use their hands. If you cannot talk it out, I don't want to see you. I don't want to even know you because you're telling me that you have not had that sense of maturity to understand that you could inflict very dangerous harm on a woman, to the extent if a woman wants to defend herself, she has to pick up if there's going to be some kind of violence, forget it. Goodbye. See you later. We have nothing in common. And that in some ways I've noticed it's insecure men. So women, in my mind, make sure whoever it is that you're talking to, check to see if he's demonstrating some level of confidence. It's not just really about he's got money. You could have $1 million in the bank. You could want to spend it on the woman, but what sense does that make if he's making you unhappy because he's abusing you? That's crazy. And that also means he's an insecure person. I would prefer a confident man that doesn't have much over a man that's got a lot of money that'll wine me and dine me, because I don't want to deal with a baby. Because now I have to go into try to groom you and patch you up and make you feel all good. So now you're a confident adult that you understand there is a difference between a woman and dealing with a man, meaning using your hands. If you choose to use your hands, even in one slight way, forget it. It's a no-go, and I don't care what you have. So I would say that is a very number one thing on my mind. Again, they could have the money, but your confidence, I need that. And also the hitting, the abusiveness, not only with your hands, because I know some men are listening to this. So guys, you need to listen. I don't want to be bothered. And I can't speak for all women, but I think in general, where in my mind, I know that you're going to be telling me everything about how I got a little fatter, or, oh my God, something is like, you're always constantly complaining. What is the point? Okay, so we're living together. Okay, well, we're human beings. Okay, well, straighten it out. Do what you need to do, because we are cooperative partners in this. We are complementing each other because we're trying to build something. We're trying to get to another level together. And then, two, you need your space. Have your space. Think about what you want to think about. That's okay. I would like to have my space, but let's come together as a union. It doesn't mean that because you're with a woman that she's going to be in your face like 24/7. Like, everybody needs a break. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Grace.
Thank you so much for speaking. I also pinned this comment from a brother in the chat room. He says, "We all take a chance in relationship. There is no guarantees. This world has many temptations, but to have a committed purpose is what we all can be. We can be of a sound mind and at peace." I think this to some extent explains why sometimes men ghost, because naturally they are hunters, and he has said it that they are taking chances. So all I would say is that the moment you meet a lady and you discover that she's not necessarily or exactly what you want, don't waste her time. Just kindly let her know, instead of leading her on, making her invest her emotions and her time, and then you ghost her eventually because she doesn't meet, the requirements of what you want in a woman. Tell her from the beginning. Let her understand, because I said earlier, it takes a lot for a woman to love a man. When she decides, oh, this is the person, she has invested her emotions and every will in her to be with that person. So when you eventually dash that, it's usually very devastating. Some women, you know have different coping mechanisms, why some can cope effectively, some cannot. So brothers, this is to you. When you meet her and you know she's not the one, kindly let her know. And sisters, it's also important for us to, I'm emphasizing brothers because we are telling them the things they do that we do not like. That's why placing the responsibility more on them. But sisters, it also behoves on you to watch out for the signs, and then when you see that he's not the one, just let him know so that you don't waste each other's time. Then another thing that men do, especially African men do, that women hate, is what Sarah Justice has said, which I've pinned on the screen. She says, I don't want to go to cook African food in some village. I don't want to be tested by an African man and his entire family. I am not marrying your family. So this here is something that men on the continent do a lot. They tell you, because my family is this, you need to prove that you are a wife material. They say it's wife material, and you have to do this, you do that, you go and cook, and we are having burial in my family, so you have to come around so that you can cook and show that you are a wife material. Not all women want that. I know that traditional African societies, that's okay, and people do that. But let me tell you what, regardless of you going to go and cook, to go and clean, go and wash, sweep the house, go to the farm and work with the family and prove how many yards of a wife material you are, eventually the man might still ghost you for whatever reason. So there's no guarantees really. And this should not even be a yardstick for a man, especially men of African descent, to try to test a woman. Don't make her go and cook food somewhere. The aspect of I'm not marrying your family is where you might have a little bit of challenges, especially if you are marrying, an African man, especially the continental ones, because when you marry, you are not marrying just the man, you are marrying into that family. So you have to find a way to get along with the family as well. So how do you do that? It's left for you to understand the people in the family and then build that relationship that will enable you get along with everybody. It doesn't mean you are going to lose yourself and try to please every other person, but it's just for you to understand how you can build a smooth relationship with everybody in the family, or as many people in the family as you can, so that you can go on, because this person has been in the family before they met you. So the fact that they've met you doesn't mean they are going to disconnect automatically or entirely from their family just because they are with you. That's where some women have issues when they get married. So I'm not saying you should shrink in order to please all the family members, but how you have to understand that there's a place of compromise. And in African society, family is something that is very central in our relationship. No matter where you go, no matter what you do, family always plays a central role in our lives. The aspect that I totally also hate and agree with you, Sarah Justice, is the aspect of a man testing you to go and cook. Cooking is a skill that is learned. So if they meet you when you cannot cook, but you want to learn how to cook, you should cook. Just because you need to cook to eat, for yourself and to nourish your family as a woman. Because when you have children, you definitely have to cook for your children. You have to keep buying junk food and giving them. Of course, you need to cater to the um, nourishment of your family. So it's something you need to learn. But men, stop testing women, saying go and cook in a village, go and cook in the family house, and come to family house and come and cook. This one, the African men on the continent, no. You know, there are women that you can't do those things to, but there are women that, because they are not maybe as enlightened, or um yeah, I would say as enlightened or independent as some of us are. So men try to bend them to certain level, say go and cook and clean and wash, go and work on the farm. It doesn't make sense. She does all of that, at the end of the day you still ghost her. So stop it. That's another thing you have to stop. Another thing is, someone is saying insecure will be intimidated by your success. Yeah, so for me personally, I hate insecure men. That's one thing that majority of my sisters on the panel have been saying, which I totally agree. Don't be insecure. You are the man. I want you to assert yourself as the man. Don't be insecure by things that are unnecessary. You know, be assert yourself as the man. And act as one in every sense of the word, in taking responsibility, in taking the lead, taking initiative. I want you to be at that position where you are leading, you're providing that leadership that I can trust, so that I can um naturally follow your leading, trusting that you are making the right decisions, you are taking the right steps. All I need to do is to sort of support you as you make the decisions, not being insecure or unsure. What do I need to do, or how be bringing ideas, be taking steps, be making decisions, and asking for my opinion, what I think about it. That's the kind of thing I want. So don't be insecure and clueless. No, it's a turn off for many women. I don't know if I'm speaking the minds of women, other women, or it's just me.
And
Insecurity is a turn off, definitely.
and one thing I also wanted to say, especially for men as well, what they do is when they know them, like they're dating a successful woman, and also they get like they get scared, you know, they get scared, and it
Yeah.
shouldn't be a barrier to them. And one thing I also wanted to discuss, it was about colorism. Colorism in our community is a big problem we're facing, and we still face, like, you know, the light skin, the dark skin, the brown skin. And some of the reason that you see our sisters bleaching their skin, it's not because they want to bleach their skin. Sometimes I don't blame them. it's because of the it's because of the men. And if you see, I hear stories that there's, like, I don't know, there's a model that she said one day she was going to one day she went to get a taxi, and the guy in the taxi said, "Oh, I'll offer you money if you bleach your skin." Why would you say something like that? Why would you even make a comment like that? So some of the time, I even see in my family, you know, men making fun of black women, the way they look, their features. Like, I myself, I experienced that. Like, people back in the day when big lips were not a good thing to be seen. Oh, I suffered. My lips suffered a lot, and my nose. And some of the time you see other black women who were thin and going there and jumping on the operation bed to get their bum bigger or the breast big. It's not because of that. Sometimes it's because of the black men. And colorism, we really need to start digging on colorism, because it's a topic that I know sometimes they talk about. It's not a lot. We really need, because some of black men, they really have an issue. They have a problem, and that's one of the what that's one of the how do you say, insecurities they have, of when they see a black woman, a dark skinned woman who's successful, who's confident, and who loves her skin color, who loves herself. On Twitter, they start disrespecting the woman for no reason. Look at this. I don't know if you know this basketballer. What's it called in America? Disrespecting Lupita Nyong'o. Why? And she didn't do nothing to her. What's his name? Arenas, something Arenas, and he had to apologize, and his apology was fake because of the black movement. Now he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Lupita Nyong'o, for disrespecting you." The woman hasn't done nothing to him, and it's just disgusting. And that's sometimes that's why you see other races give us the eyesight. You guys talking about, oh, Black Lives Matter, but you don't treat each other the way you need to treat each other. So that's all I wanted to say.
All right. Anybody want to say something?
Well, I would add something. I'm eating, so I'm not on camera.
Okay. All
Anyway,
right there.
something you mentioned about how people want to try you depending on how you're going to cook for the whole village. Yes, that's one. I also disagree with that. Me, I won't take that test. If someone wants to put me on that test, I won't let the relationship die at that point, because me, I
Even
don't.
me.
I'll let the relationship die at that point. Also, the other issue you mentioned about people should be straight and tell the partners that from the point go, like, oh, you are not what I want, you know exactly what I want. Also, both men and women, when somebody tells you, as a man, if I told you you're not the type that I want, take it, stop begging me. Same to women. Don't beg. If somebody told you you're not the type, stop begging, stop insisting, stop telling them that I don't know what happened, I don't know, God has shown you or whatever. Please, let's also learn. Let especially men, they should learn to accept. If we don't want them, we don't want them. If we don't want you, we don't want you. Stop begging, stop pleading. It's a turn off. Makes it worse. So yeah, that's my short contribution to that.
That's right. This anyway, let me not emphasize that. You've said it all, so there's no point. But just get it, man. The ladies have spoken a lot. Um, I think it has been an
Grace.
honest conversation. Kindly make use of the my GoFundMe donate link. Please, we are raising funds to buy equipment, so we need equipment as soon as possible. So kindly make your donations, and thank you so far for everyone who has made donations. I appreciate you so much. We are making progress. Thank you. If you've not donated, kindly click on the link. I have special appreciations coming for everyone making donations, honorary post on my community tab, shout out, and all of that. So let's get this, let's get equipment. um so let's continue. Someone
Grace, I
said
like to make
something
a.
that just okay, please go on while I look for the
I
comment.
apologize, Grace. Your comment, the commentator that was explaining about the fact of a man, I would think it's putting pressure on the woman to go cook in the village. Well, in a sense, he's suggesting to her that he's thinking that much of her that he would like that. But it's a lot of pressure, because one thing that needs to be understood is you as a woman, you're marrying that man and he's marrying you if it should get to that point. But now when you have the family members that has to put their critique in, that changes the entire dynamics. But then too, you as the woman, you'll be able to, in other words, I would never tell a man not to do that. I need to see how you're behaving in a normal way. Are you going to enforce me to go to your family because I need to cook? I'm going to be honest. I don't know how to cook that or whatever it might be. So can I can we try it out first? And then I could see if I could do it so I could please your family. Because again, if you're loving that man, you want to please the man. It's not so much the family, but I know it ends up that way because in his eyes, well, if we're getting together on a closer level, my family is going to be involved with us. But this is where I'm going to tell the men, listen to me. We women, we are marrying you. That is who we're marrying. And you're marrying us as the individual. Your family is your family that you're interacting with. You want a civil, good relationship, but you need to make that decision for yourself. If you feel that this woman in your life is going to be nice and be very pleasing to you, and again, the man is complimenting you because he's bringing out the best in you as a woman. I mean, Grace, I don't know what everybody's dynamics are on their financial business level, but in my mind, I would think a woman that's handling challenges in the world, that man could at least say, oh, wow, I know she probably had a hard day. Let me turn the water on for her so she could go in the bathtub. I mean, something very simple as that, because we women need to get it straight, not like we're their teachers, but in the sense of, are we seeing that this individual has a complementary traits that he's willing? Maybe he doesn't know. There's nobody that's going to get into the relationship knowing every single bit and dynamic of what needs to be done. So therefore, it's a give and take. I don't like that. Yeah, I like that. If you see some level of changes, okay, well, he's willing to make me feel happy. Maybe with another woman, it was okay to just, for him not to do anything. But in this instance, you need to do something because we're complimenting and it's a two-way street. We're both making each other happy. What's going to happen? Your finances are going to enhance. You're going to be able to gravitate in the world on a bigger level. He's going to be going out in the world happy. Everybody's going to be happy, making money, interacting with people on a happy note. Why be in a relationship that when you're leaving the house, it's aggravation because you're getting to something that you're dealing with on a personal level. This is all personal to that woman. So many, if you're listening, this is a personal situation, but the world is different. Thank you for letting me offer my contribution to that.
All right, thank you so much. I'm laughing hard here because you see this question of talking about begging, pleading. I clearly understand where African tigress is coming from. And the fact that sometimes you meet a person or a man comes to you, talking to you and expressing, professing all the love and all, but you know clearly that there's no connection between you and this person, no chemistry, and you're just constantly telling this person, no, I'm not interested, but they won't just budge, like they keep bothering you. That's what African tigress was referring to when she was talking about begging. But you see, this thing of begging, Nigerian men, at least this new generation of Nigerian men, let me say Nigerian men specifically, do not do that. Once they, like, it seems like they're just on like a spree to just explore. So the moment they come and say, I'm not interested, they're off. Like, they're off. No time. And that was why I was laughing so hard when Latif Alabi made this comment, because he said Nigerian might say beg for what? The Nigerian in me would not allow it. The other day, a lady made a post on Twitter about this same thing. The Nigerian men no longer beg women these days. If they just slide into your DM, you just do, you just try to be a bit difficult and want them to plead, to beg by you telling them you are not interested. They immediately just leave you. Okay, what's happening. So a lot of them were commenting on that post like there is no time and all of that. And that's the exact thing this my brother Latif Alabi has said. So majority of them don't even have time. They just tell you, and that's why people say Nigerian men are not romantic. Anyway, maybe the ones abroad are romantic. For those of you, my sisters in diaspora who are
Say that.
Nigerian men who are romantic, maybe say it. But for the ones at home in Nigeria, it's just a few. They don't have time. Just do anything anyhow. They are off. Because why? There are so many girls, they'll just move on. See typical example on the screen. That's what he's saying. They don't have time to be romantic. All this thing is he say you come back home, they boil, maybe they get you a warm bath, help you to do this. They'll tell you for what? I'm a man. You want me to be doing all these things? So it's just Nigerian men are something else, honestly. In fact, I
Not
need
Those
Nigerian
are
men are
needy
great.
men.
especially the ones at home. I said the ones at home.
Yes, the
So for
ones
those
at
of you who have
home.
met good ones in
Because
diaspora,
the ones in diaspora, like I remember in Kenya some time back, some Kenyan men were complaining that Nigerian men are taking their girlfriends, and then it was like, oh, but Nigerian men are romantic. They
I
are
don't know. Maybe when they go abroad, they behave as if they're on
I
their best
haven't met
behavior.
anyone in the diaspora, so I can tell you I haven't met them. So even if they exist, I have yet to meet them, and I'm in
come
the
to Kenya,
diaspora.
come to the ones who are in Kenya.
Guys,
Maybe
just
come to
carry on with
Kenya.
the conversation. I'll be right back. Give me a few seconds. Okay, I'll be back. Just carry on with the conversation.
Okay, yeah.
What
Like
I
I was
was
saying,
saying
maybe
is,
you need to
in
come
my
and check the ones
opinion,
in.
yeah, what I was saying, in my opinion, this is a health light. I was saying that I don't know much men from Nigeria, but it sounds to me that they are needy men. They are needy. So they're going to suck out what you have as a woman, your strength, your everything, your confidence, your stamina. Be aware, because again, that's kind of like parasiting off of what you've got. You can't change anybody.
I
That's
feel at this
unchangeable.
point, I feel at this point we're just talking down to men, and we're kind of moving from the topic of what we don't like about men. So I feel like we
Oh,
should just get back on topic, because now I feel like we're talking down to the men. So
Yeah.
okay. So this is not about what we dislike.
well, you saying that they're needy, and it's kind of like now we're kind of like gossiping and talking about them. But if we're saying what we don't like, we're
Oh,
just
I
being
thought that I was
specific.
just showing you
No,
that these are the potential personality traits that would make that be why a man would be begging.
well,
Because you could
that's
be a
kind of
stalker,
a
or you
general.
could be. But
That's kind of like a
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
generalization. That's kind of like a generalization. We don't know if it's because they're needy. That could be the case, but I don't think we should just throw it out there, because then I feel like we're just talking down to them by saying that.
Okay,
That's
so if
just my
somebody is
opinion.
no, I understand. That's okay. Fair enough. I understand. My mind is open to what you're saying. It may not apply. I didn't say all Nigerian men. I'm saying in a general perspective, if someone is begging you, because we're talking about the things that we dislike, begging, you could interpret it as they're wanting something. So if you're wanting something, that means you're in need of it to be fulfilled in some way. Maybe the
Like,
terms I'm using might be somewhat harsh. I didn't mean it to be harsh. I was trying to understand the conclusion as to why a gentleman could be in a begging mode due to
In
certain things he
America,
may be lacking.
yeah, in America, the African American men, they're very much like that too. You could be walking on the street, and then they'll stop you and try to talk to you. You let them know you're not interested, and they don't take no for an answer, and they'll follow you. And when you turn that corner, the next girl that passed by, they're gonna do the same exact thing. I think it's just a numbers game for guys. So it's a
Uh-huh.
possibility there are guys they do beg. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say it's because they're needy. You know what I mean? I just think
I
that they
didn't mean
figure
need
if
anything
they.
physically. I was not saying that they needed something physically. It could be emotional
I'm not talking
things
about.
that.
I'm not talking about
Oh,
physical. I'm not talking about physical. I'm talking about just in general. Also
okay.
emotionally being needy and wanting.
Uh-huh.
But what I'm saying is, it's true what you're saying. It could be because they are needy, but it could also be that they feel like that if they can maybe convince you. You understand what I'm saying? So it might be
Yes.
like they figure like, yeah,
Oh, she disappeared. And just to clarify, what I was talking about is when I was talking about begging, it's not about Nigerian men. I'm not from Nigeria, so when I was mentioning it,
No, it was the
besides,
comment I was responding to. I'm sorry, it was a comment. It wasn't like I was looking at the comment
okay, okay,
that
cool.
says the Nigerian, like that's what I was commenting to.
It's not only Nigerians. Congolese do it as well. It's also, it's like someone said, it's like that's the game of men. That's the game that the men are playing. It's not only Nigerians. And there's shout out to those Nigerians that are good, are respectful to their women. And it's not only Nigerian, it's some men. And some men are just useless, honest. I'm sorry for saying the word useless, but they're not respectful.
I think I agree with Sarah Justice's comment. I think the begging that the ladies are talking about here basically is a fact that a man would see value in a woman and would just be convinced that this woman, I love that she has so much to offer and she's going to compliment me. You know, she has value that I appreciate and would really want her on my part as on my team. You know, so even when you say no, they are just like persistent with the hope that they would eventually convince you. So they keep asking and asking. But that might be a turn off for some women, like I said earlier,
Yeah,
especially if they do not feel any connection with you. They tell you no. So if you keep being persistent, they find it, disgusting. For some women, initially they might say no, and that's because when I went, it just came to my mind. I felt like I should also add the fact that in Africa, for instance, in Nigeria, when a man um when a man asks you to date them and you accept immediately, you are traditionally considered a cheap girl. Like they call you cheap. They consider you cheap. So that's why in Nigeria, many women, many ladies will drag, even though at the back of their minds they know that somehow I like this guy and I would like to give him a chance, but they keep dragging just to see if you are going to be persistent and give them that time to not appear cheap by them constantly telling you no. Sometimes they might not outrightly tell you no, but by their actions, they are not forthcoming to tell you that yes, I'm interested. But once in a while, they'll call you, they'll send you a message, they'll check on you just to know that they are still there, and somehow if you persist, then they'll say, okay, this guy is really serious, let me consider it. But it would have saved them that reputation of your offer immediately you demanded. So that's why in Nigeria some ladies will drag on and they expect you as a man to be persistent so that they don't appear cheap. So Latif, I think you are still in the house. I saw you dropped a comment. Yes, Latif, you are here. So listen carefully. When they say it, you know that they're not saying outright no to you. They want you to be persistent as a man so that they will not appear cheap. The same way you Nigerians would say, I just asked the babe. I just send that message. You just say yes. Or the babe, I don't understand which kind of babe this one be. You sure say na correct babe? You are the ones that will go back and say all of that if she accepts your offer immediately. So when she says no, she wants you to be persistent and let her know that you truly see value in her and you want, to be with her. African tigress is itching. I say yes.
now, me, I personally don't agree. I mean, Sarah, my sister, shout out to my sister Sarah. Sarah said, maybe it's because the man has seen some value in you and all that. Fine, you've seen value in me. Am I seeing that value in you? So it's not about what you want. What do I want? he could have seen something, some value in me, something I could add. But if I'm not seeing that in him, then I don't see any value he's gonna add, or a way that he's going to compliment me. Then I think it is abuse. It's abuse. It's harassment to keep persisting. I mean, fine. I think the right way should be, you can ask a lady out, and if she refuses, it's okay. And if she allows you, then just have that, like, you guys are cordial. Maybe with time she'll change her mind, but don't keep. You can still, if you really care about her, then you can still be friends. You don't have to date her. I mean, if she doesn't want, maybe she can still, if it's something she could help you, she can still help you as a friend. You don't have to really, really, really date in order for that. Maybe along the way I would change my mind, and I would be able to see that value that you can add. But don't be like, today, tomorrow, the next day, can you be my girlfriend? The next day, please, can we just at least even be friends first? Just friends, nothing, no expectations, no calling me 24/7. And maybe me calling or texting you when I want, so you doing it once in a while. You doing it once in a while. Like, I just find it annoying, honestly. Annoying when somebody is like, oh, please, you know what, I'll give you everything I can. Like, especially one thing I really hate now, the things we don't like, those men who believe that they can give you everything that you want. You don't know what I want. Those ones who believe that they are the right ones for you because they can provide. Simply because I'm living this life that I'm living, it doesn't mean that I'm satisfied with it. So don't tell me you're going to provide me with everything I want when I've not told you everything that I want. So I hate it when someone tries to think they know what I want, and be it even financially, when somebody thinks they know how much is good enough for me to live comfortably. Maybe what they think is comfortable might not be comfortable for me. I might not have it all at the moment, but then don't come. There's a better way. Like, you can just say, like, okay, like, I don't know, but don't try to make it look like what you have is what I want. Yeah.
Grace, I like to ask one of your guests to like, I'm apologizing. When I saw the word beg,
Not at all. No,
I
no,
should
not
have
at
looked
all.
at it like maybe the person meant a man pursuing a woman, or maybe I could have looked at it as interest. So when I said that, I might have went in a direction that was not sounding very pleasing. And I'm not from America. I sound American, but I'm not from America. I'm from Jamaica. So I'm not saying all men, certainly I cannot account for everybody, but I kind of misunderstood what was being said about begging, because in my mind, I looked at it like they're needing something instead of saying that a man is showing and expressing interest in you. They would like to be with you and they continue on. Again, we are the ones to put that stop. They may not like it, but that's just how it is. They could pursue, maybe it's in their nature, maybe it's their personality. I really don't know. I can't answer that. But we are the ones to assess, is this good for me the way he is pursuing me? Because it could turn out that if he's doing it so much, it's a stalking thing. I'm not trying to make it grim and very dangerous, but you have to assess that in your own heart and in your own mind. To what extent is this interest that this person is showing me? In what way? And then I would wonder why, because I have a very suspicious mind. Why is it that you are pursuing me? What is your interest in me? I need to know. I would probably ask, why? Why are you interested? And then I'll get an answer and see whether or not if it's making sense. So again, I apologize if I ran off on a tangent or I spoke, in such a negative. It seemed like it was negative, like the person is needy. I didn't mean that. I should have took it in another way. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Maybe it was just me also. But I want
Okay.
to add to everything that everyone is saying that what I don't like that African men do is they don't know how to read body language. So that ties into whether, you're interested or not. African men should be able to tell by your body language, your facial expression, whether you're interested in them or not. So if they approach you and your body language is, kind of closed off. They should understand right away you're not interested and walk away and not keep trying to get your attention. So that goes into, you saying no, you're not interested, and they're still trying to harass you. So you can be able to tell whether you're in front of someone or the way they talk to you through online communication, if they're interested or not. Sometimes someone will say no, but they're still engaging in with you. That kind of give you some kind of mixed messages. And when it's mixed messages, that's both on your part and their part. So, that one you can't really say, oh, it's the guy's fault. But if they're very clear and, direct and say, no, I'm not interested, then that's when they should leave it alone. So guys have to learn how to read, they have to be able to learn how to read between the lines, whether they're in front of the girls and they're seeing the body language, because body language is mostly communication is usually 90 something percent body language, and then the rest is verbal. So that's what I don't like about African men. They don't know how to read body language. And I also say that for Black men too. So just not African men, but African American men. They don't know when to read body language and see when you're interested in communicating with them or just not wanting to be bothered.
Yeah.
Right. So another thing for me that these African men do that really turns me off is when they are apparently wrong, but they would not take responsibility or at least apologize. And that's so typical of Nigerian men. I always draw it back, but I expect that since we are representing the different cultures of African men, we can bring our perspective. But for those ones here in Nigeria, especially the ones who here in Nigeria, they hardly take responsibility or apologize when they are wrong, when you are with them in a relationship. I've met, you know, them like that. I've dated one particular one that would never say I'm sorry, even when he was clearly wrong. Like, it just takes a lot of their pride, for them to admit that they are wrong. But but a woman, they would expect you to quickly admit and apologize for being wrong, but then when the reverse is the case, it takes so much of their ego to do it. Some would never even do it eventually, and you're just there feeling so, so angry and so bad that this person is wrong, this person has offended you, but they won't just own up and take responsibility and apologize. So Nigerian men, for those of you watching, that's one thing you do that we women do not like. It doesn't take anything from you when you own up and take responsibility for being wrong when you're in a relationship with somebody and apologizing. Sometimes some of them would apologize verbally, but the behavior might not necessarily change. So when you apologize, eventually follow it up with actions by doing, you know, something differently from what you did that that person found offensive. So that's one thing. I don't know if I know for Americans, Eunice, do they own up, do they take responsibility and apologize when they are wrong? I always throw it back. Kenya, Congo, Izzy is back.
I think can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think generally it is character. Some people are some both men and women. There are some who will never apologize. But the best thing is if somebody doesn't want to apologize, if somebody doesn't sometimes it depends on how you work on it. Anyway, personally, if somebody failed to apologize and then they know they're wrong, I won't even tell them they're wrong. Sometimes you let their guilt to eat them up. Just act like it doesn't bother you. They know they've wronged you. They just want you to tell them that you've wronged them, so they apologize. But sometimes when you don't tell them that to apologize because they've wronged you, they start wondering like what's happening. Oh, she's been telling me whenever I do this, I have to apologize. Now she's not talking about it. That person will be disturbed. They'll in fact they'll report themselves and apologize. You don't even need to tell them to apologize. Just act like nothing, like it doesn't bother you. They'll be so surprised. Just be happy. They'll be so surprised why you are so happy. like what is happening? Is this person getting some happiness somewhere or something? Because this person, if they're trying to deliberately frustrate you and you're not responding to that, the best revenge is to be happy. They'll be super frustrated with it.
Yeah. So easy, if you can hear me speak.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Okay.
All right.
That was right. What you just said was very right. What was I gonna say? Okay. Yeah, I was gonna put a point about men chase men not apologizing as well, but they apologize, but so like I say, this is like a narcissistic behavior. The attitude is like some men. Let's not get it wrong. Let's talk about this. Some men can do something wrong to you and you say, okay, I don't want the relationship anymore, and they come to be begging you because they don't want you. Well, how can I explain? But when you get back into that grip, when you get okay, later accept to be in the back, go back, stay in the relationship with them or be in the relationship with them, they go back to the abusive way. They'll go back. It's
Can
like,
you guys hear? I can't hear.
you get what I'm saying?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can. Just that she's going in and out. So
I can
if you
hear
can
Can
be
you
you.
hear
more
me now?
stable.
Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, there are men like that. People like we're talking about men. There are men like that that actually will come and when because they know that you're not really showing attention to them. They'll come to you. They know they don't really want you anyway. They just want to waste your time, waste. They'll come to you, chase you, and then you approve to it, and then they'll go back to the abusive way by ghosting you and stuff. You start getting confused. It's all a mental game. It's a game that some men play on women. You start getting confused. Oh, what's going on? And then when you are about to, let them go, they'll come back again to be chasing you again just because they don't want you to leave the grip of their abuse, their mental abuse, just to destroy you for the next person till they finish you off completely. Then they will let you go. They will completely ghost you because they've broken you for the next person. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. I'm just giving an example of some men are like that. Yeah. And yeah, some men are like that. And some men, they will say sorry to you and they don't really mean it. Their actions are not speaking, they don't speak because they like those type of men cannot change. So us as women, those type of men are like they're showing you signs of narcissistic behavior. They ain't gonna change. That's who they are. They do that to other women. So as women, it's left for us to notice these red flags to have self-love for ourselves. When we have self-love for ourselves, there's some certain things we won't accept or accept in our life. Yeah, that's it really. I guess you do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Hello?
I wanted to say something.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, if that speaks to you about what some men do.
Okay, sorry, I lost out of the conversation. I went out.
Okay, it's okay.
um,
Yeah, someone wants to speak. Please go on. I lost out, so I can't follow up on
uh,
that.
I was just reading the comment section when I was talking about the colorism issue, and then I saw a guy said that it's not black men's issue, which is fake, which is wrong because it's definitely black men's issue and a black women issue as well. Because it actually happens in our community multiple times, probably every day. Black women go through it, and also black men goes through it as well. And I just wanted to say that the fact that he had the audacity to say that he's also a part of the problem.
that saying that the colorism issue is only black women's issue. It's not like that, because sometimes you see those black women, especially Congolese communities and Angolan communities, like they're preferring white skin, light skin, is because of the men sometimes. And you can't be saying that it's just a black woman issue. It's not. That's all I
When you
wanted to
said
say.
colorism, what did you mean by colorism? Are you saying that in general, you're saying that it appears that men would prefer a woman of a lighter complexion? I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, men will prefer a light complexion, especially also the curly hair.
So
I wanted
what
to say
what
something
do
about,
so
yeah.
what do we do? This is the thing. What do we do? I will never ever change my color to be lighter. I'm happy who I am. The whole thing is, if a guy potentially is displaying these type of behaviors, we don't need him. We don't need him. It's not that serious. Because if we engage in the behavior to try to change and adjust ourselves because we're going to pick up more attention from a man, they're running the show. I'm happy that I'm black, and that's it. And if you're uncomfortable with it and you want somebody of a much fairer complexion, you have something going on in your head. So if there's something going on in your head where you're tying it in with a complexion, it means something is wrong with you. And that means to me that you don't have much pride in self. Do you have pride in self where that's a feature? Like, to me, I just really and truly, I just like a guy that's nice. If he talks nice, he smiles, and he's polite, because that's the first thing that's going to get me. Everything else, I never really even care about, well, what complexion are you? But then that's me. That's a individual thing. But this colorism that you're referring to, I have seen it widespread amongst, I'm not saying only Jamaican women, I'm sure all over, where they're changing their complexion because you're wanting attention from a man. We are destroying ourselves. Why are we doing that? What sense is that making? Those who are
And
strong to themselves, they wouldn't do it. I don't think so.
I agree with
Because it
this.
also harms your skin.
I agree with our sister from Congo, and I think I get the point. The point which you're talking about, and I know it's not like you are saying people should bleach, but yes, we should learn to love who we are and our complexion. And maybe the how colorism is in Jamaica might be maybe pretty different on how it is in Congo and Angola and maybe some parts of Africa. But then we have to look at it. What can you ask? What can we do? Of course, not changing color, but now there's something that happened that as
No,
it's in the mind.
well,
It's in the
it's
mind. Starting from
what you're telling me
colonization.
about. Yeah, what you're telling me about your country is the same thing with the women in Jamaica. Every
Okay.
other store, they have this vanishing cream, and then later on in life, because I deal with health, I hear that they have so much dermatological problems because the constant bleaching. The consequences, they don't see it immediately, but later on is destroying you, and it's on a high level in Jamaica. So I could relate to everything that you're telling me.
I get it, and what the sister was saying, it's also men have contribute to that, like she was saying, because in Kenya, for looking at in Kenya, there's this thing that people say rangiatao, like okay, a rangiatao means color of 1,000 shillings. 1,000 shillings is like the highest bill, and it's brown. So so woman who's rangiatao is more valued. Some places people have even gone to seek for jobs and they're told, oh, if you're not this complexion, you cannot get it. If be it in marketing, being like the people in marketing billboards and all that, sometimes they get discriminated on that. So I totally get the point that she was talking about. But I have to say that this thing, it started right from colonization. And even the time when in school, as a young child growing up, when you're learning, like Christian religious education is compulsory in Kenya. So at that time, the textbooks that you're learning, what color is Jesus? White. What color is Saturn? Black. So all the time when you're growing up, when you're going through the education system, you are, you are meant to believe that you are aspiring to be white, or anything white is good. So you're growing up, you're growing up gearing towards that. And even these young men who are in school with you, it's also the same thing. For me, what needs to be done is just changing of the mindset, because you find the devil is black, God is white. So a lot of colonization did add a lot of damage to our minds, and maybe that is why it's easier, and that's what brings the issue of colorism. Because what is close to a white woman, if a man is not getting a white woman, what's close to a white woman, it would be a lighter complexioned black, black woman. So I think that's the point our sister was talking about.
I want to ask you something. This is for you, because you said you're in the Congo, and then Grace, I don't know about Nigeria. Do they have like baby dolls that's black, or are they white?
There are
Yeah,
there
so growing now, there are baby dolls that look like us now that are being produced. But growing up for me, I
It was
played
back
with
then.
dolls that were white.
Yeah.
I played with dolls that were white,
Okay.
so that was what I knew. But with the increasing awareness about Pan-Africanism and all of that, we're now having brown baby dolls that are produced and sold on the continent.
Yes. How about the Congo? How about the baby dolls there? Are they black or white? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to.
Your
Are
mic
the
is muted.
dolls black or white?
I think her mic is
No,
muted.
what Grace is trying to say is that back in the day there used to be a lot of white baby dolls and stuff, man, because of the Africanisms, and because of you know people now waking up. Now things are
Okay.
changing, like,
Yeah.
and and also with, because I'm a half Angolan and a half Congolese, especially in Angola, it's like that we have colorism. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know these people if they will be able to change. The Angolans will be able to change their mind, even if one nobody want to come that change, because it's just so bad. Like, because I talked about it, like how they say, oh, melhorar a raça, to improve the race. If you have, especially in jobs, like there's people that no matter what qualification they have, a dark skinned woman or a dark skinned man have a qualification, a good qualification, or is really educated in that field, they won't get a job. If they were light
Yeah, but
skinned
who's
or
the
a white
person
man,
employing? Who is, like, I understand what you're saying about why, the reasoning why, but I don't understand, like, saying your country, who is the person making the decision to hire the person or not? Are they black or white?
they are black themselves. It's because of the mindset, the slavery
Oh my
mentality.
God.
So
Oh
it's
wow. I didn't.
something that you African American don't understand. You feel like, oh, I'm not trying to throw shade anything. Yeah, you think like, oh, Africa, what you guys deal with, we don't deal in Africa. We deal with the same thing, especially with colorism and with other
Okay.
problems. We deal with the same
Yeah.
things. Just because of the media doesn't tell you what the media may come to our country and say that, oh, black people in America and Jamaica are this and this, all they do is smoke weed and stuff. It's not true. And South African, we need to stop. Just, we need to read more. I'm not saying African black people in Africa they don't read more. We need to start reading. We need to start going and dig up for our history, because there's kids there, there's people in Africa there, they believe that Jesus was white.
Yes.
It's just
One thing I'll
insane.
say, Grace, yeah, Grace has done a fantastic job by connecting, well, it's women now talking, by connecting people who are black from different places, because now I'm knowing now, because you're telling me, I believe what you're telling me. But if I read a book, it's not going to say what the truth. So now that I'm
But
aware, and Grace, I really have to thank you so much. And this GoFundMe, in order to enhance your equipment, I could understand the hardship that it's putting on you. I don't even know how you manage to do it, because it's got to be difficult on you. So we're gonna have to make it possible, all of us that's looking, that's contributing, because I'm so happy to meet other women from other parts of the world. Like I'm just like happy to get this GoFundMe going to support what we're doing, so we could continue this dialogue. I don't know if you guys feel
Yeah.
the same way, that you're
Yeah,
talking to
that's
somebody from
good.
another part of the
can I
world.
just say one thing?
That's really
Yeah.
Um, can I
Thank.
just say? Can I just say?
Okay,
If
go on. Go on, Ines.
nice, they can see.
Ines, go on. Okay. It seems our network is having a glitch. Thank you so much. Healthy Light, thank you. That's why we are
Yes.
on the campaign to raise funds so we can buy more equipment. Even the computer we are using to stream, I need a replacement because using it to edit now is a chore. So I'm pleading, appealing to every one of you to make donations, whatever it is you can. I know that times are quite tough now, but whatever it is you can afford, gradually we are going to hit the mark and I'll buy the equipment, not just the computer, the microphone, a drone, and I also need
Yeah, well,
some. Yeah,
Grace, we
yeah,
women, we Black women, we understand about, I don't know the saying in your country, but there's a saying in Jamaica. We say one cocoa fills up the basket, because maybe women, our hearts might say we want to give more, but we should never feel like that. Like whatever we could do, no matter how small it is, it's the numbers of people that's involved. It makes the basket full, and then it'll be able to do what needs to whatever that needs to happen. So
yeah,
one cocoa fills the basket.
yeah. So everybody is hearing you, so I need not emphasize again. Thank you for adding your voice to the fundraiser so people take actions as they are able to. Eunice, you want to say something? I can
Um,
see your hand.
no, it's hot in my apartment, so I'm just fanning
Oh, okay.
myself.
All right.
But
Sorry
yeah.
about that.
Grace, Grace,
Yes.
I wanna sign
Yes.
out.
All right. Thank you so much, African Tigress. I appreciate you for coming. Um, your contributions are always valued. I appreciate you so much for coming. Farm. African Tigress is a YouTuber as well. African Tigress, maybe you should speak on that before you go.
All right, thank you so much. I enjoyed this conversation. I can't believe I've been here for about 4 hours. I still have some other more hours.
Honestly,
I
Yeah,
have
it's so
some.
African
interesting.
Digress, I love your dress.
Thank you.
African Digress, I love your dress. It's beautiful.
Thank you so much. So yeah,
Okay.
I appreciate everybody. I have a YouTube channel. I see a lot of people, like lots of the people in the chat. I've seen them on my platform, Heavenly Beautiful, Sarah Justice, Richard, almost everybody. So, but for those ones who don't know, I have a YouTube channel, African Tigress. Go check it out. I always have amazing conversations. I stream every day.
Yeah.
I stream every day, so maybe later on, in an hour's time, I will be starting my stream. So for those ones who will still be awake at that time, you can join me. And yeah, subscribe to
Okay.
my YouTube channel and support our sister, support her GoFundMe, and yeah, let's meet on the other side.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you, sis.
Thanks, dear. Thanks for coming.
All right.
Bye. So you can sign out.
Okay.
Okay. I think we'll be gradually rounding up as well. Um, because we've been up 4 hours and I can't believe that the conversations, just so engaging and interesting. I love that we've been able to have this important conversation, and the fact that our men have been in the chat room just listening and contributing. I saw a lot of them itching to come up on the platform to talk. They say, Grace, let's come up because you're talking about men after all, so we should have a say. But remember that last week Sunday you had your own day. So if we need to have this conversation again, having men and women come up on the platform, then we can do that. But I'm going to ask you, if that's what you want us to do, then we can do that. We'll have a day where we have a stream for both men and women coming up to share and discuss all of this. So if that's what you would like, let me know. I can organize that um, in subsequent dates. But I think we'll start to round up now. Let me start with Ines. Ines has been on for so long. Thank you so much, Ines. Let me have your final words before we go.
Um, all I want to say is that black men, you need to love your sisters because your sisters are your mothers, your cousins. They can be everything. So if you don't love them, there's no one more than you. So, and also, sister, we need to start respecting ourselves and respecting our brothers because they are part of us. So, if we want to one day to be able to, if we want some one day the society, the rest of the world to respect us, we need to start respecting them. So that's all I wanted to say.
All right. Thank you so much, Ines. Is it your final words before we sign off?
Okay. All I want to say is that men should love their wives, and the women love them with all your heart. Stop playing all these mind games on them. Stop playing mind games. Be straightforward with them. Be honest with them. If you want to be in a relationship with them, be honest. If you don't want to, just let it be and let them know and move on. Yeah. And also and also us as a woman, as we should try and teach our sons, and as parents as well, not just women, men and women, teach your sons on, and not the same way as you teach your women, teach them on how to love a woman, how to take care of a woman, how to treat a woman like a queen, how to be a responsible man that that can lead his family in the future, so that when he gets to be gets to be with his wife, he'll be able to take all this teaching upon onto the relationship. And also, I just wanted to add that also, as us as a woman as well, we should also look at always look at the red flags, 'cause men do show us red flags. Like, look at them, don't ignore them and say, oh oh well, not ignore them, just look at it, because men do show the red flags. And have self-love for ourselves. Self-love meaning, when you have self-love, you wouldn't accept any rubbish, any playing games, mind games. You wouldn't accept all that. So all those type of men will run away from you, because that's not what you're attracting. You, if you have self-love, you're attracting more of the good men. And also, yeah, so men, just respect your woman and love them. That's it, really. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Uh, um, the health light.
Okay, thank you, Grace. I like to close out by saying this. All the Black men that's listening at this time, we Black women, we love you very, very much. We really, really do. There's a time and place for everything. That woman that you meet may not be wanting to be involved with you in a personal way, but she could be a friend, a respecting relationship. Every king has a mother, and that mother groomed that man into his kingship, into his life. So keep that in your mind, that women, we've been here communicating about the things that we dislike. I'm glad to know that you took the time to at least listen to what we're saying, voicing our thing. And if you are interested in someone, you now have a more inner sight as to how we're thinking, because we are communicating. We as women, we're communicating, and we're expecting for you to communicate back with us in the way that we would, but we understand that you're not going to. So again, final thought. Thank you so much, Grace, for offering this platform so people who are from different parts of the world that shares the similarities, we could exchange ideas, and we're finding out that we're all going through the same thing. It's just a different country. Have a wonderful afternoon, Grace. And Grace, don't forget, I need you to subscribe to the Health Light. About the I think you had said something about you was craving for corn.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
And
My
you're
latest
great.
addiction.
Yeah, but there's something else that you crave for.
Pierre.
What was in cassava?
Okay.
Because you make curry with it. In your country,
Yeah.
don't you?
Yes, Gary.
Okay, so
Yes.
I'm doing a full thing as to explain why. So subscribe to my channel.
Okay, I will.
And then you get a bigger insight as to all the dynamics, because I do history with foods as well as, other things.
Okay. Okay. I will subscribe. And
Okay.
kind of subscribe to her channel as well, the Health Light. Subscribe to
Yes.
channel. Let's show her. Eunice.
Yes. All right. What I want to say is your last live where it was us talking with the men, it opened my eyes because before, because of my past experience, I wasn't as open to Black men and African men. I'm not gonna lie, because of past experience with them, I was a little bit closed off. But after that live, I became a little bit more open. And in return, my Black African men, I would like for you guys to take more lead, to take more charge, to become more leaders, and to become stronger. That's what I ask of you guys.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Eunice. For me, honestly, the last conversation, I also picked a lot from there, based on what the men don't like us women doing. And today's conversation has also been very insightful as well. I love the conversations we've had. I love the I'm sure I've also been able to share my perspectives, and people have also got a thing or two from the conversation. Oh, my eye itches a lot. Allergies. So thank you all so much for watching, for staying through to this moment. I appreciate every one of you. For me, before I leave, I would like to say, men, our African men, just like the Health Light had said, know that we love you all so much. We appreciate you. We appreciate the histories that we've shared, from where we've come, all of the unfortunate incidents that we've experienced as a people and all, which sometimes affect us as in our upbringing, that has affected our upbringing and is affecting the way we behave even as adults. But take responsibility to heal from whatever it is that trailed your upbringing, so that you can be a better person, not just for yourself, but for the person you are going to meet. It's very important. And lastly, I would encourage you to really take everything that we've discussed here to heart. Take it that these are your women, the women of your tribe, giving you insights into the things that they expect from you. When you do that, you'll be better appreciated, and you'll be better men for our community, for the next generation generation, of course, the children that we are all going to bring into the world. So take these things to heart and try as much as you can to improve as much as you can. So that's basically all I have to say before I sign up. Thank you all so much. Rachel Grace, this is your video. Can you have another video on how Black women feel about polygamy? Okay. I'm going to do that. We'll plan that so we can have that conversation in subsequent videos. How Black women feel about polygamy. Okay, I'm going to consider that. This is a wise sister. Thank you for inviting me into this chat. Virtue Grace, thank you so much. I appreciate you all for coming. Um, I'm glad. Honestly, I love the feedback that Eunice has given this evening because that's the essence of it. Just for us to learn from each other and to, open up a bit more. Sometimes we close up because of our past experiences. But when we open up genuinely and share our experiences, we learn to be more tolerant of other people and their shortcomings. We also give ourselves opportunities for future engagements. Don't mind me, I'm trying to write that topic down. Right, so thank you all so much. If you've not made donation, kindly do so. We are still on the equipment drive. And if you've not subscribed, that you just came to my channel for the first time today, definitely click on the subscribe button, and when you do, tap on the bell so that YouTube will notify you when I make new videos. So thank you all so much for your love, for your support, for everything. I will see you in the course of the week, and I'll see you live again. If there's a need to do a live stream during the week, of course I will. If not, I'll keep seeing you in the comment section when I post new videos and when I do a live stream next week Sunday. So thank you all. It's 10:14 p.m. Nigerian time. I have some videos to edit, so I'll sign off now. But stay safe, healthy, and be law abiding, like I always say. Bye.